Good morning, everyone. The February 19th, 2020 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for hearing impaired viewers. Please note, customers of CenturyLink and Cox Communication may view this program in high definition on channel 1002 and in standard definition on channel 2. You may also watch this meeting live on Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, and on the Go Vegas app. City Council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv/live. The proceedings will be rebroadcast KCLV Channel 2 on the web the Wednesday at the meeting, 8 p.m., Friday 4 a.m., Saturday 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler systems. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exit to the back of the chambers, go out to the mezzanine, proceed out the double doors to the terrace, get down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with one of our marshals or fire officials for assistance. Once outside, please assemble in the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Streets. Employees wearing safety vests or city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related items on the agenda, citizen participation and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to the city clerk. Cards are available in the clerk's office or at the rear of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone's present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please come forward and see our city clerk up front. If you parked in the parking garage across the street, a self-validation machine is located in the foyer between the council chambers and the security desk you walk through to enter these chambers. You must have your ticket with you to use the machine, but if you do not, see security personnel when exiting for a validation coupon. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Reverend Charlotte Parker, Community Spiritual Center, and please remain standing for our Pledge of Allegiance. Good morning.
Good morning. We come together in the silence. We pray this morning, each of us, to the God of our own understanding, known by many names in many languages and cultures. We come in the universal presence, giving thanks for both our joys and challenges, our uniqueness and our sameness. And in this presence, we ask that we be guided with wisdom, compassion, and understanding as we, the people, listen, discuss, and make decisions affecting the life, prosperity of our community. Remembering always, it is our differences that make us strong, and our sameness that makes us one. We give thanks for this day, and together we say, Amen.
That was very nice. Thank you, Reverend. And now we'll proceed with our ceremonials.
missing at least 3 other people.
One, two. Who's Councilwoman? Oh, right there. And look who's there. How are you? Okay, good morning, everyone. This is the ceremonial portion of our council agenda. And for our first item today, it's my honor to recognize our Employee of the Month. I want to invite our wonderful and famous Operations and Maintenance Director, Jerry Walker, to join us at the podium for this presentation. You are the best. And he is sporting a new beard, new hair. So, I mean, we stay up with it, don't we? Okay. Our employees strive to meet our values of being kind, committed, and smart, and they work to build our community to make life better. I'm proud to announce that the Employee of the Month is Jessica Gore. So, Jessica, wherever you are, please come on down. There she is. Wow. Congratulations. I think you know him, yes. Congratulations. Jessica is a custodian, has been with the city since 2014. And one of her assignments is to take, oh my, is this juiced in? One of your assignments is to take care of KCLV Channel 2, Mr. Riggleman. Oh, wow. This is so important to us. That's our television station here at City Hall. Her attention to detail ensures that our sensitive video and electronic equipment areas are dust and dirt-free. Her proactive work approach and commitment to detail assists in preserving our expensive equipment and our beautiful facilities. Jessica creates a clean, positive atmosphere for our staff and a wonderful first impression to our many guests who come visit us at KCLV. Jessica is truly an unsung hero in our city, and she takes pride in her work. Thank you for all that you do to serve our community, and I want to present you with this award, officially naming you February 2020 Employee of the Month. And before we hear from Jessica, we're going to hear from Jerry. Please.
Thank you, Mayor. Jessica's got a lovely and outgoing personality, extremely well liked, and I'm sure I speak for all of her coworkers when I say we're all quite happy to see her get this award. Good work, Jessica.
Thank you. Okay, we'll hold that. I'll trade you. I'll take that. Or no, Mayor Pro Tem will take that. And the microphone's yours.
Thank you. First and foremost, I want to thank God, and I also want to thank the city, Mr. Jerry. I want to thank you for allowing me, Miss Nancy, Channel 2. I love you guys. The small gifts and simple things matter to me. I try to treat people the same way I want to be treated. The golden rule is what my daddy always told me. I'm not perfect, but I try to do right. I love to help the city. Bad days turn into better days, and the good days turn into a great day. Just with the little simple things, we all have one life to live. Why not cherish and love the person next to you along the ride? Every single thing that has ever happened in your life is preparing you for a moment that is yet to come. Again, thank you. Love me.
How about we get close so we can have a picture together? Where is, there he is, in the back. Ready? Okay, can everybody get close? Unless you have germs. Thank you. Congratulations to you. Thank you. For our next item, I'd like to invite our Community Services Director, Kathy Thomas Gibson, who is also wonderful and fabulous. There she comes, to join us at the microphone. We have some amazing teams here at the city, and today we want to take a little time to recognize a special group of employees and partners who are making a difference in our community. We call this recognition our values team, because the recipients live our values of being kind, committed, and smart. Today, we want to recognize our homeless outreach team. We have roughly 5,000 people experiencing homelessness at any given time in Southern Nevada. This city team is out with them every day, compassionately working to help connect them to the services and help that they need to get off the streets. From our MORE teams to those working at the Courtyard Resource Center and the outstanding work of our partnering organizations, we're making a real difference in serving our homeless and breaking the cycle of homelessness in our city. The city is joined in our efforts by our wonderful community partners, some of which include the Salvation Army, Help of Southern Nevada, Shade Tree, Catholic Charities, the Rescue Mission, U.S. Vets, West Care, Marathon Staffing, Allied Universal, and of course our wonderful Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. I know we have a large contingent here today who are part of this team, and I'd like you all to stand for a round of applause, please. All of you. All of you. Wow. Wow. Awesome. We know in Vegas we can't do anything alone. It's all of us together. And as the Reverend said this morning, we appreciate our differences, but we're one people working for the good of the whole. So thank you each and all, but I want to turn this over to Kathy Thomas Gibson to make the most important comments.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for giving us the opportunity to say thank you to the Courtyard Homeless Resource Team. We got to redefine what a team is for the values team. Normally, it's the internal folks who work for the city, but this particular project is different than anything we've ever done at the city, really than we've done in Southern Nevada. And so we had to broaden our idea of who we work with and how we would work with them. And so we had to redefine the team to include people who are not necessarily city employees. We couldn't do this without you. We wouldn't do it without you. I try not to cry because thank you.
We're supplied and ready.
Because, see, I hear the things they say about what we're doing, and I know how that impacts you. And I know you guys feel not underappreciated, absolutely misunderstood. And I want to thank you for hanging in there with us, for changing people's lives. Some of you have this lived experience. You came to us and said, I'm ready to change my life around. I'm homeless. I need some help. And you trusted that even as we were in a parking lot with some old buildings, I don't know if y'all been to the Courtyard yet, it's a construction site, right? That even as we said, well, we're going to build this thing that is fabulous and welcoming, but it might take 2.5 years. We could wait 2.5 years to help people, or we could start right now. And some of you said, I'll sign up right now to help you. Thank you. We see you. I see you. JBF, stand up. I have no words. I have no words. Because I know what you've been going through for the past 1.5 years in your personal life. And you take those texts at 3 a.m, you take, right? Thank you, Jocelyn. There is no way that I could do this without you.
Don't go off. The reason this city is unique It's part of the heart and soul of every single person that's here. It's not phony leadership. This is honest to God, faith in humanity, faith in a higher power, and love for people. And if there's anyone out there that doubts what we do every day because of each of you who are helping us, it's been years we've been kicking this down the road. The country kicks it down the road. Not here. Not here. And it's because of each of you. It can't happen without each of you and then having somebody else join in too, because you're so special. And the tears that came out of this fabulous woman, and for Jocelyn and all of you, are so sincere. It's just not an act. This is real. This is today. This is humanity in its perfect form. So thank you, Kathy. Thank you. Oh.
Get a picture with all 80 people?
How are we going to, you know what we could do? Shane, if you'll stand over here by David, and we'll go over here. Can you counsel come? Kathy, come. And if you will all stand up, please. Okay, so we're going to take a picture this way. And we're going to shrink. We're going to shrink. So you can go up higher.
Or we can.
Oh, no, I think we're good. He's going to go up higher. So we can be here. No, can you go up one more layer, for heaven's sakes? Goodness gracious. You might pick a chair and stand on it. But do go under the city seal for sure, in case somebody's taking a picture. Okay, here we go, everybody. See if you can see Shane and Natasha. Well done. And that will be on our website tonight, this afternoon, immediately. So thank you all again. So appreciative of everything that you do. Okay, so very emotional. Will it come out and be perfect? It will. Good. Wow. God, it's good. It feels good to have a team like this. Unbelievable. It's so rewarding. For our next item, it's my honor to present the nominees and winners of the Mayor's Urban Design Awards for 2020. These awards honor projects that foster the city's commitment to sustainability, to the arts, and to livability. The awards recognize projects that cultivate walkways and streets that are shared public spaces, promote safety, conserve resources, preserve historic buildings and places, seamlessly linking their surroundings and are pedestrian friendly. The categories for these MUDA awards, Mayor Urban Design Awards, are building and environment, historic preservation and adaptive reuse, public art, and public places. As we go through each category, beginning with the nominees and followed by the announcement of the winner, we'll be showing photos of the projects on the large monitors overhead. As your names are called, please stand where you are to be recognized, and then I would ask the winner to join us at the podium so we can present the award and snap a beautiful photo, assuming Shane is ready for this massive undertaking. Without further ado, let's go to our first category, which is building and environment. The nominees in this category are Cura Leaf, 1736 Las Vegas Boulevard, designed by Aptus Architecture. Please stand if you're here. The Symphony Park Garages, 350 South Parkway, designed by Carpenter Cellars Delgado Architects. Office 1, 1720 South 4th Street, designed by Novus Architecture. Denny's, 1822 Las Vegas Boulevard, designed by DP3 Architects and Kimley Horn. Pastry Academy, 201 East Charleston Boulevard, designed by Atlas. These are tremendous nominees, and the winner is Office 1 from Novus Architecture. And I would like to invite Office 1 team to gather around us up here to accept their award and have their photo taken. They're very heavy, so would you make sure it goes from you directly over there? I don't want to drop it. How are you? Congratulations. So proud of you. Thank you for helping us at our city. Novus Architecture renovated an existing 3-story, 35,000 square foot commercial office building for Office 1, a digital business services and printing solutions company consolidating 3 locations into their new downtown Las Vegas corporate headquarters. The building's interior construction was completely gutted, along with much of the exterior architecture. Interior programming included executive offices, open office space, fitness center, kitchens, breakout rooms, conference rooms, training rooms, breakout areas, reception and lobby space, and outdoor decks. It is a great job. And so I want to give you a moment to, do you have anything you would like to add to this? No? Something.
Well, I would just say Office One's very happy and proud to be a part of the Vision 2045 redevelopment of downtown Las Vegas, and we're happy to be early in. So thank you so
Wonderful,
much.
thank you. Can you hold up your trophies and look back there, and council, come in closer unless you don't want a picture with these winners. Wonderful. Thank you. Congratulations, very proud. Okay, next we have nominees for the Historic Preservation and Adaptive Reuse category. The nominees are Ferguson's Downtown, 1028 Fremont Street, designed by Ferguson's Downtown. The Downtowner, 129 North 8th Street, designed by Bunnyfish Studio. Abel Baker Brewery, 1510 South Main Street, designed by Newtone Construction. The winner is Ferguson's Downtown Office. So where are you, Ferguson's Downtown Office? I'd like to invite the team to gather up here to get your award and have a picture taken. Congratulations. Are you a team of one?
I do have some of my coworkers here.
Come on. This isn't chopped liver. This is very big award.
They're documenting.
Keep documenting. It's very good. Okay, let me tell you a bit. The Downtown Project describes this space as a city block rooted in community. This state-of-the-art renovation of a historic motel sought to create restaurant spaces and retail occupied by many small businesses and entrepreneurs. This project also reimagined the central space as a civic garden embellished with locally produced artwork and pleasant landscaping. Thank you and congratulations. Wonderful. We're so proud of you. Do you want to?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. First, I want to thank the city for recognizing it and all the support that we've had over the last 2.5 years building Ferguson's Downtown. A big shout out to my business partner, Tony Shea, for believing in my vision. And I definitely brought a lot of different architecture companies and design people to collaborate to make this vision happen. So if you haven't been, come support. It's beautiful and it's supporting our local community. So thank you.
Okay. Wait, and please, Councilman Knutson, get in. If you'd give that to Sally, then good. Okay, why don't you hold the mic and play like you're saying something?
Okay.
Okay, are you there? Okay. Okay, ready? It looks real. Great. Is it working? Good. Wonderful. Congratulations.
you. I
We'll be
appreciate
there. Great food, great restaurants. Thank you. And Tony Shea for continuing to invest in our city. Thank you. Okay. Our next category is our public art category. Right Place, Wrong Time, 6 Ways to Draw Attention by Eric Burke as part of the city's contemporary public art program. Swizzle 4, Solar Walk, Sun and Water by Randy Mondre as part of the city's contemporary public art program. Urban Dynamics by Valentin Yordanov as part of the city's contemporary public art program. Hoodoo by, where am I, Bobby Zokaides as part of the city's contemporary public art program. Overcast by Brent Bolton as part of the city's contemporary public art program. Rainforest by Jose Belver as part of the city's contemporary public art program. And Project Neon, Found Font and Hop Dip, designed by Punch Architecture. It's also great to see so many new public art installations in our city. The winner is Project Neon, Found Font and Hop Dip. And I'd like to invite the Punch Architecture team to gather around the podium to accept their award, and we are so proud. What an unbelievable, oh, so glad. Christina Swallow, the head of NDOT, has come here. I love people who come to accept awards and are here in person. But, aha, wonderful. What great job. So let me tell you a little bit, but I also want to mention, you know, we all suffered for 2 years with Project Neon. It was a major and the largest financially supported undertaking I think the state's ever had. But what's amazing to me, because I live within 2 miles of City Hall, as I drive back and forth and look at the art, all the different projects, many of which are lit from behind, change color. You look along the I-15 and Martin Luther King on both sides, and the metal art, everything that was planned. It is just so exciting to see what you can do with public projects. And this particular piece of it is just the additional pieces. I think we all drive by and want to know, what does it say? What does it say? So first, let me reintroduce our head of NDOT, Christina Swallow, and maybe you'd say a few words, and then we'll hear from our architects as well.
Of course. First, I just have to say, looking at all the other nominees, what a true honor it is that our art, as part of our project, is being recognized. So truly honored to be part of a team to put this together. And I look over at the artist and the architect, and I also have to say that projects like this don't happen by themselves. They are truly a collaborative effort. This particular project started, I believe, at the city. It started at the city and with the artists. It started at the city and it grew from there so that we have a truly iconic public space and pieces of art that welcome everyone to our downtown. Could not have been done without the artist, the city, our contractor, our RE crew, our resident engineer crew really working to put it all together. So it's great to be recognized for this, but it truly was a collaborative effort.
Wonderful. Thank you. You did better than the Academy Awards on that. No lengthy lecture about how we have to live differently. How about saying a little something? Sure. Well, let me just read. Wait, before you do that. No, you better go first. I can't find where I am.
Thanks. We just wanted to say we're completely honored to be part of this overall team and to even have this opportunity to develop something this iconic for downtown Las Vegas, and really just completely humbled by the whole process in the last few years. Thank you.
Okay, I found my space. Several art pieces were installed as part of Project Neon. 2 of the most prominent sculptures are Found Font and Hot Dip. Found Font loosely references Euler is pronounced, the spiral, which is a shape seen in many historic neon signs that define Las Vegas glamour and entertainment. It's also a shape used in highway design and engineering for connecting to circular curves. I have no idea what I said. Do you know what I said? Nailed it. I nailed it, so good. So I mean, this is such a thrill for us all, and to be so proud of being able to travel on our roadways and see all this beautiful art. And Christina, thank you so much. You're just head of a great group of people. The employees, the workmen that worked on this project so tirelessly, and with not too many cones. But we survived it and we're thrilled, so we thank you so much. And your whole team, please make sure the word goes out to all the laborers, all the construction crews, everybody. Thank you so much. So, thank you. Okay. Picture. Come close. You have to have a picture, you keep escaping. Okay. Huh? Thank you. Congratulations. Okay. Finally, the nominees for our public places category, the nominees are Baker Park, 1100 East St. Louis Avenue, designed by the City of Las Vegas. The East Las Vegas Library, 2851 East Bonanza Road, designed by Carpenter Sellers Delgado Architecture. And Gas Avenue Street improvements, designed by the City of Las Vegas. And the Centennial Plaza renovations, 400 South 4th Street, also designed by the city. And I must say, our city designers are phenomenally talented, and you see the results of their work. But the winner is going to be East Las Vegas Library, and I'd like to invite the library team to gather around the podium to accept their award and have a photograph taken. The new 44,370 square foot library functions as a true hub of the community. It includes innovative 21st century design elements and spaces that offer free educational resources, material, and programs intended to facilitate limitless learning and personal achievement for library users of all ages. Many elements also favor English-Spanish bilingual learning and also host cutting-edge technology and collaborative spaces such as a tech lab, audio-video production studio. So I want to congratulate you all and wish you the best, and thank you. And who's going to be the spokesperson? Okay, I'm sure I'm going to see him shortly. Thank you. You're not part of the library crew. My man, how are you? Boy, have you been having fun, huh?
Yes.
It's yours.
Well, thank you. As our former speaker said, nothing can be done without collaboration. And this is truly one of the most collaborative projects I've ever seen. It started when I got here, and chairman of our board of trustees, Kiba Creer, said, Ron, go ahead with this project. And Felipe Ortiz, our current chair, is the man who really spearheaded this, and he worked with the city and got help from Scott. Is Scott here this morning? Right there. And without Scott and the rest of the city employees, we would never have made it. And of course, the support of our wonderful mayor. But this was a triple collaboration because it included the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority, on whose property we are now built. It includes the city, who helped orchestrate all of this, and of course, the library board. And without any of these folks, we would have been toast. So, but thank you, and of course, we worked with a great architectural team. I have the very best board ever. And we have a real innovator, Sal Avila, who's leading the branch and actually established the very first DJ lab in the country in a public library. And he did that when he was at Enterprise Library and is continuing to bring that innovation to this new facility.
Thank you, Doctor. We are so proud of you all. How lucky you chose such a wonderful, talented wife. You absolutely do. That's Kiba Creer, who's the head of the board. And certainly we all know Councilman Coffin. Your predecessor was so passionate about this. And just all he kept screaming was, don't cut the trees, don't cut the trees, don't. How many trees did we cut down?
Well, there There were some that were challenged, and we ended up cutting down, I think, Steve, how many was it? A dozen trees.
A dozen? 60. Wonderful. So we saved, look at that.
As our board members pointed out, we've made the trees into benches. So we're memorializing them, and so the wonderful grain of the wood can be seen by anybody who visits the library.
Beautiful. So come on down to the East Library. It's wonderful. And Doctor, thank you for all that you've done these years. How many years you been with us now?
5.5.
5.5. See what happens. Beautiful place to live. Thank you very much. Congratulations to all of our competitors and our winners, and I think, oh, picture, right. Come on back in. Thank you. Councilwoman Diaz, I know you're just exploding with pride. Let me give this to you to say something about the East Las Vegas Library. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'm very proud of the work that Sal does there day in and day out for my constituency. My community, the East Side, was really thirsty for a library, and we're just so grateful that the library board and the leadership and Dr. Heesen and the architects, and then we have this fabulous outcome. It's really a jewel, so if you haven't visited the East Las Vegas Library, I highly recommend that you do so because you'll be very impressed, and then that will be the standard, and you won't want to go to another library. So we're always taking everybody with open arms in Ward 3, and there were a few others, the Fergusons, also in Ward 3. So I'm a proud mom today. I got a lot of recognition in my ward, and congratulations to all of you that were honored because we were part of the folks that were considered, but especially those who pulled through and received the award.
Wonderful. Thank you. A teacher. That's why she loves libraries, too. Okay, for our next agenda item, lucky Councilman Creer married to Kiba Creer, right? For recognition, I won't say what you're doing. I know it's student-driven, though.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me hop in here. We hired one of the DJs. I think we hired him, or we had one of the DJs from the DJ program that the library has for a party that we held for my daughter's graduation. So if you're ever looking for DJs, they have a great program. I urge you guys to reach out to them. They do fantastic work. Before I begin, I just want to reiterate my thanks and my gratitude to our outreach team and our MORE teams and our community services teams, to Kathy and to Jocelyn for all the work that you guys do on a day-to-day basis. You've heard me say this before. For those that are out there who say that the city isn't doing anything, you're just in denial, because the city is doing amazing things and we are changing lives every single day. And if you don't accept that, then that's on you. We're going to keep on pushing and making a difference in people's lives, no matter what our naysayers may say. So today, I'd like to recognize Ward 5 students who participated in the 11th annual C.J. Watson Black History Essay Contest. This is fantastic. We are going to get our essay winners, but first we have a special treat from performers from the West Las Vegas Arts Center. And I'd like to ask the City Council, we're going to have a seat here on the front row, and we're going to have somebody come up and give us a short performance. I want to first introduce who's going to give a short introduction for a supporter and mentor of the West Las Vegas Arts Center, Mr. Antonio Vargas. Come on up here.
Thank you, Councilman. And thank you, Mayor and Councilman, for this opportunity. Just a short, the West Las Vegas Arts Center for 24 years has been serving spiritual, cultural, and artistic food to a hungry community. And I'm so glad to hear the use of the word higher power and spirit, because that is what is so needed today. And in recognition of the soul kitchen at the Arts Center, the soul kitchen of our ancestors during Black History Month, who have given us so many recipes that we, in our tradition and history and cultural passing it on and shoulders that we stand on, we at the West Las Vegas Arts Center have a treat for you, as the Councilman said. And that treat is a performance by the West Las Vegas Arts Center Performing Ensemble. Thank you.
Let's watch the PowerPoint. Or we're going to see the Art Center. Come on down.
Welcome aboard Celebrity Slave Ship. Hi, I'm Miss Pat, and I'll be serving you here in Cabin A. We will be crossing the Atlantic at a pretty high altitude, so shackles must be worn at all times. So put on your shackle, take your right hand, and close the metal ring around your left hand, like so. Repeat that action using your left hand to secure the right. If you have any trouble binding yourself, I will be more than glad to assist. Once we've reached our desired altitude, the captain will turn off the fasten your shackle sign, allowing you a chance to stretch and dance in the aisles of it. Otherwise, shackles must be worn at all times. Also, we ask that you refrain from call and response singing between cabins, as that sort of thing can lead to rebellion. And of course, no drums are allowed on board. Can you repeat after me? No drums. Oh, come on, with a little more enthusiasm. No drums! That was great. Once we're airborne, I will be around with magazines and earphones, which can be purchased for the price of your firstborn male. If there's anything I can do to make this middle passage more pleasant, please press the little button overhead, and I'll be there faster than you can say, "Go down, Moses." Well, thanks for flying, Celebrity, and here's to hoping you have a pleasant takeoff. Thank you.
Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom over me. And before I be a slave, I'll be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free. Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom. Freedom. Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom over me. Over me. And before I be a slave, I'll be buried in my own grave and go home to my Lord and be free. No more weeping, don't you know? No more weeping. No more weeping over me. And before I be a slave, I'll be buried in my own grave and go home to my Lord and be free. Oh, freedom.
My goodness, that was awesome. If you didn't feel it, I don't know what to tell you. Thank you guys so much. That was absolutely positive outstanding. It just gives such a warm feeling inside when you see that, and it shows all the hard work that you have put into your craft and your art, and you guys are exemplary. And just a special shout out to my Delta Sigma Theta sister, my Divine Nine sister. You are absolutely amazing. Thank you guys. To everyone at the West Las Vegas Arts Center, Marsha, Avery, Antonio, and all the volunteers and all the workers there. Thank you guys so much. So now we have a part two. Can Kathy and CJ Watson join me? Jeff Berry and CJ's father, Charles, come up here and join us here at the podium. Come on over here. Don't be shy. You know, CJ's funny. He does so much, but he's a shy person. Show me some love. Our former city employee and who does so much. Jeff, good seeing you, man. And you guys are going to roll the PowerPoint that you're going to see. I'm going to read. You know, CJ is the son of our former City of Las Vegas team member, Kathy Watson, and her husband, Charles Watson Sr., and his brother is Kashif Watson, and they are founders of the Quiet Storm Foundation. CJ is a former Bishop Gorman High School standout basketball player, my alma mater, and a 10-year NBA basketball veteran. And CJ is now an author. And if you haven't received his book, I'm sure he could tell you how to go out and get it. It's really cool. And it's a children's series, a children's book series. He is a philanthropist, an entrepreneur, and a product of Ward 5. And as a youth, he was a member of the Doolittle Community Center, which is located right in the heart of our Ward 5. CJ has never forgotten his roots. And for the past 11 years, he and the Quiet Storm Foundation has sponsored a Black History oratorical contest during the month of February. And keep in mind, this is amongst other things that they do. This is just one aspect that we're recognizing today, but you know, the Quiet Storm Foundation just does so many different things and mentors so many kids. So the foundation's mission is to provide positive educational and recreation opportunities to youth while developing leaders with an emphasis on health and wellness and opportunities to reach higher education, particularly for those who are disadvantaged. Central to that mission are 3 educational objectives: to encourage and motivate youth to read and write, to help youth develop the foundational skills they need to become great readers in order to promote good study habits, and also to distribute books to youth and encourage them to start home libraries. And this aligns with CJ's new venture, as I said, with his writing his new children's book. CJ's first release is CJ's Big Dream, and the second is CJ's Big Project, which will be released on March the 10th of 2020. The Quiet Storm Foundation has sponsored this essay contest and not only gets students to read and write, but to empower young people's minds in American history. It also encourages youth to research and write an essay on an influential person who have made a significant contribution or embodied change which improved the lives of others. This year's topic, which is pretty cool, cultural diversity. How would you explain cultural diversity and how it affects the world? Why is it important? Who is the person you feel most embodies the ideals of cultural diversity? And what would you learn from them to spread diversity in our communities? So right now, I want to bring the students up and have you introduce them to you. And I'm going to call your names, and then I'm going to have the last person come up and read his essay. So first is Miss Emma Thurgood from R.O. Gibson Middle School. Come on up here. Andres Pollard, Charles I. West Preparatory. Caden Whitaker from Ernest Becker Senior Middle School. Zaire Foster from the Hunter Academy of Excellence School. Amaya Wormsley from Kermit R. Booker Senior Elementary School. And then Mr. Jordan A. Edwards from Wendell P. Williams Elementary School. And I'm going to ask, where's Jordan? Come on up, and I want you to read your essay. Give us a little taste of what we are seeing. Come on down. Thank you, guys. Congratulations to you all. How are you? Come on over. Hold on. You can't shy away from the spotlight like that. So we're going to ask you to read your essay for us, if you don't mind.
He's outdressed.
You ready? He has. Does he look sharp? Sharp, sharp, sharp. How old are you?
I am 11.
You're 11.
Yes, I am 11.
So what grade?
5th grade.
5th grade. All right. Let's hear it.
Cultural diversity to me means that people first understand what cultural diversity is. Cultural diversity is your gender. Are you a male or a female? Your skin color. Are you black, white, Chinese, African American, Hawaiian? What are you? Your age. Many people might think, what does your age have to do with cultural diversity? It is important because everyone in the globe doesn't have the same birthday. Everyone is unique. Sometimes you have to ask yourself, how am I different from the person next to me? My favorite diversity quote is, a lot of flowers make a bouquet by Muslim origin. Cultural diversity can teach you many things, like a diverse environment can make you tap into your creativity and explore more things. I think that diversity is a gift from life. Also, diversity is like a gift you have and no one else has but you. Did you know that Catherine Pulsford said that we are all different, which is great because we are all unique. Without diversity, life would be boring. The person I feel who embodies the real/true meaning of cultural diversity is Meghan Trainor, because she demonstrates her words to brighten people's days. And her father is black, which makes her understand from the white perspective and the black perspective. When you start to doubt your race, just remember that you are unique in your own way. Always stay true to yourself and always make mistakes. That's the best part in life. The ultimate challenge in life to me is to fix my community. Love yourself and make all your scars your success.
My goodness. How about that? That is awesome. Thank you so much. You know, when we do things like this, it just reiterates the fact that how beautiful our children are and what an amazing future we have. And don't believe the stereotypes that kids are not learning in our community, because this is a prime example of that. So thank you very, very much. And if you don't know who Meghan Trainor is, she's a singer. And my daughter loves Meghan Trainor as well. So you got good taste. So we're going to present the students with certificates. And I think we have them. Oh, sure, you already got it. Mayor Pro Temp is ahead of the game. Great. So the students also had the opportunity to be interviewed on Channel 3, and on February 27th, the students will recite their essays during the Quiet Storm's Oratorical Luncheon, and it's at the Red Rock Hotel Casino, which is very nice if you haven't been. Their experience will continue outside of Las Vegas, and on April 2nd, the students and parents will receive an all-expense-paid trip to Washington, D.C., to visit monuments and to learn more about American history. You know, I went to school in Washington, D.C., and I went to a school called Howard University, which is, I think, one of the best schools in the country, and it's a historically black college university. Hopefully you get a chance to go by there, because Howard's history is American history, and it's most definitely black history. I'd also like to mention that C.J. Watson and the Quiet Storm host a youth basketball camp during the summer at the Doolittle Community Center. The camp is free and includes 3 daily meals, health, eating choices, life skills through basketball instruction fundamentals, good sportsmanship, teamwork, and a parent component as well. And I've gone for the past couple of years, and it's really cool. They got a great turnout, and it's run fantastic, and the kids really, really, really enjoy it, and it's definitely worthwhile. So what I want to do now is to present a certificate to CJ and Kathy. Kathy kind of hangs out in the cut. Come on in here. And I want to present the certificate to you guys from the Mayor and City Council to C.J. Watson and the Quiet Storm for your continued commitment to provide an educational component during the celebration of Black History Month. We congratulate you as you celebrate your 11th year anniversary of hosting your essay contest and Black History Student Oratorical Luncheon to enrich and promote literacy for our students who are tomorrow's leaders. Your involvement and generosity deserve great accolades. So can we please give the Quiet Storm and all the students and all the volunteers and all of the hard work for all that you do a huge round of applause. God bless you. And I say this all the time, we cannot do it alone. We need all the assistance we can get. So thank you guys very, very much, man. I greatly appreciate it. I want you to say a word or so, if you wouldn't mind. He don't say much, but we're going to get him to say something.
Thank you, Councilman Curry. This is like the 11th year, like you said. I think the essays keep getting better and better. These kids' intellect and their smarts and they just keep coming out in each essay. And we want to thank you guys for recognizing these young men and women, and just continue to support them and encourage them and let them know that they can do anything they want in life. So thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Let's take a picture.
Don't go away. Stay in this. Open up your certificates, guys. Get in the middle and throw everybody around. There you go. Okay. Come on in the all set.
Come all around. Turn them up, turn them around. Come on down, come on down. Slide on down.
That's wonderful. Our next item, Councilman Anthony will recognize some outstanding athletes. You lucky man.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. It is my honor to recognize the 2019 USA Track and Field National Junior Olympic Cross Country Champions from the city of Las Vegas. Over 4,000 talented young athletes from across the United States competed for titles at the 2019 USA Track and Field National Junior Olympic Cross Country Championship held in Madison, Wisconsin. Nevada had 15 athletes that qualified to compete at the championship level. 4 young athletes from Nevada medaled in their respective age group in 15-degree weather, and we're going to recognize them today. At this time, I'd like to ask Logan Taylor, who is the president of the USA Track and Field Nevada Association, come down here. Please give him a nice round of applause. He is a president. To qualify for the cross-country championship, athletes competed in the USA TF Nevada Association Junior Olympic Championship. Winners went on to regionals where 500 people competed. The top 30 of the region then qualified to run the USA TF National Junior Olympic Championship in Madison, Wisconsin, with 4,000 from across the country. Each athlete being honored today received the title of All-American by placing in the top 25 in their particular age group. They ran under the team Flying Kiwis. Is that right? The Flying Kiwis, and they're coached by Wayne Bagley, who I do not believe is here today. Is that right? Give Wayne a nice round of applause. He volunteered his time 5 days a week, every week, to train these kids in this competition. I'd now like to recognize our 4 All-American winners who represent the city of Las Vegas and the state of Nevada. First, in the girls' 2,000-meter race, our All-American is Boston Lewick. Huh? I'm sorry. Okay, this is the boys' 2,000-meter race. It says girls here. Come on, Boston. Come on down here. Boston is 8 years old, and he came in 16th place out of 119 athletes in his category. And did you give them the certificates? And we have a certificate for Boston. We have 2 All-Americans in the girls' 3,000-meter race. One of them, I was told is not here today, Leah Gropenbacher. Is Leah here? No, Leah's not here. She placed 16th out of 241 athletes. Please give her a nice round of applause. And Amira Turner placed 20th out of 241 athletes. Come on down here, Amira. And finally, in the boys' 3,000-meter race, our All-American is Calvin Rivera. Come on down here, Calvin. Calvin is 10 years old, and he placed 5th out of 306 athletes. Congratulations, Calvin. So obviously, on behalf of the mayor and city council, we have a certificate for each one of these athletes, and we want to recognize them from the city of Las Vegas for representing the city in national championships. So now I'd like to have Logan say a couple of words about the championship.
Thank you. Having traveled to the championship to support our athletes that went out, we ended up having 10 that went to compete. As they said, the temperatures were freezing. the entire day with wind. So it was really exciting to watch these young athletes compete hard. To come back home with Junior Olympic status is really big, especially for a city that is continuing to grow when we're competing against Southern California, which is in our region, and San Diego. So I'm very, very proud of our organization and what we do here in the community for growing athletics. You know, everybody knows track and field is the largest participation sport in the United States. So I'm happy to be here for and representing that these athletes are the next future Olympians, because the USATF organization is the one that does the selection for all the Olympians you'll be seeing this summer. So this is the grassroots, this is where it begins, and I'm very proud of all the hard work that our athletes are doing here in the community.
Great, thank you. So congratulations, President Logan and Coach Wayne, and congratulations to you three for being here. And are there any parents here? All right, want the parents stand? Give them a nice round of applause. They're the ones that schlep these kids all over the place to get them trained up. So congratulations, all of you.
Let's picture.
Why don't you come on down here, parents, and get a picture with your kids? Come on.
Stand behind their own children.
Sure.
So we know.
How you doing? Good seeing you.
Congratulations. Feeding them as well as driving them. These are feeders and drivers for these young people. We're so proud of you, and moms and dads, thank you very much. And Coach, tell us something. Where are you, Coach? Over there. What's your background in sports? While we're standing here.
Alrighty. As a matter of fact, I'm a former professional hurdler. Did my college time at the University of Southern California, was All-American there, moved here to compete professionally, competed until 2017, and then I moved over into coaching. I coached at UNLV for the past 5 years. I now have a small professional group and doing this full time.
And how do they reach you if they want to?
Oh, if you guys want to find out about our clubs, you can check them out at nevada.usatf.org. All our clubs are listed there based on where you are and what's close to you, and you can find out more information on the website.
So Mayor Pro Tem would like to know your ring. Is that from athletics?
Yes, this is from athletics. This was an indoor championship ring for while I was coaching at UNLV in 2018.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Great. Congratulations to you all. We're so proud of you. We'll keep watching you every step of the way. And knowing from feeding athletes, they eat a lot.
Yes.
Wonderful. Yes? Oh, picture.
Are we good? Okay.
Good. Thank you. Thanks so much. Thank you, Councilman. Proud of you. Awesome. Okay, our next item, Councilwoman Seaman. This is for you. I heard about it on TV this morning.
Oh,
I
good.
think
Have you
on
watched it
channel-
yet?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I hope you will after this. So this all started with phone calls from my daughter, Tatiana, urging me to watch Netflix documentary, Don't F with Cats. Finally, after her third call, I sat down and watched the show. She was never going to let me go until I watched this show, so I had to finally watch it, which is something I will never forget. For those of you unfamiliar with the program, it involves a case of online animal abuse that led to the murder of a young man and the work of an awesome online group of animal lovers that led to the arrest and conviction of the killer. Once I learned that one of the heroes of the show, Deanna Thompson, lived in Las Vegas, I knew I had to meet and recognize this amazing lady. She was one of the leaders of the group that spent 18 months going frame by frame and line by line through the killer's online posts and videos. This allowed them to gather the evidence needed to not only find him, but convict him. He is now serving 20 years to life in a Canadian prison. But her work didn't stop there. Her and other members of her team formed the nonprofit Animal Beta Project, an organization dedicated to tracking down individuals engaged in online animal abuse. They recently tracked down individuals posting horrific animal abuse videos in the Houston area, leading to long federal prison sentences for those that were involved. Her organization is currently working on other cases of animal cruelty across the nation. While Deanna describes herself as a computer nerd who loves animals, I describe her as an amazing champion for justice and protector of defenselessness. Deanna, come on up on behalf of the city. You're an amazing woman. And so we have a few things for you that we put together special for you. This is, go ahead. This is in recognition from the mayor and the city of Las Vegas. We want to recognize you today for the work that you're continuing to do. Not just that you've done, but she's continuing to do. And then, of course, Mayor Pro Tem, who loves giving gifts, said, we have to make a frame of this because we know we had to do something better than the RJ. So we put together this for you. So we are so proud of you. We are so lucky to have you here. Do you have any of your friends or people you want to bring?
My mom's here, my brother, my stepdad, and two of my best friends.
Would you like them to come down?
If they want to, they can, or they can stay there. It's up
All
to
right.
them.
Well, we are so proud of you, and we want to recognize you. And do you have a few words you'd like to say? Okay.
Distinguished members of council and Mayor Goodman, I am so honored. I'm obviously verklempt as well. I've been a proud Las Vegan for 25 years, and I am so proud to call this city my home. And I hope that anybody that watched it, if you did, that it made you a little bit prouder too to have, members of the community really care about, humans and animals and everybody. I'm sorry, I don't know what to say. I'm just very honored. Thank you very much.
Can you bring your family up so we can take some pictures?
I didn't even see it. Somebody sent it to me.
We're good?
You're awesome, and you look beautiful. Oh, for Valentine's I know, I figured, yeah, red. I was trying to upstand you, but there's no way.
Let's see if we can put that in some.
Oh, it's okay.
Oh, it's okay? You got it?
Yeah, I'll take that.
Thank you.
Thank you for everything you do. Thank you so much, you guys. Like, I'm really just beyond.
Oh, and you know what? Here's a good book, Mayor tip.
Oh, yeah.
Our Madam Mayor will tell you, like, don't spend it because you'll get arrested.
Well, I gotta get out of jail free card.
Now you got two. Okay, our final item this morning is probably one of our most significant. Whoops. For our final item this morning, it is probably one of our most significant because it is about involvement and making a difference. So Mayor Pro Tem, you lucky lady.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for asking me to present this next award. It's my honor to talk about one of our biggest downtown allies, Todd Kessler. Todd is Manhattan born and raised, has long played an important role in the redevelopment of downtown Las Vegas, first as a one-time owner of the Lady Luck and developer of the property that eventually became Downtown Grand, revitalizing 3rd Street along the way. And more recently, as the real estate advisor who helped Downtown Project amass significant land holdings to breathe new life into downtown with innovative and responsive development. Todd Kessler has also served as the president and chairman of the Downtown Las Vegas Alliance, a touting the area as a great place to work, live, and play. Kessler especially enjoys Downtown Container Park, a project for which he has a special affinity given his personal role in its development. He also appreciates and respects the pioneering energy of Fremont East that has spread as far as 11th Street, today housing such hot. New addition to downtown Las Vegas will be called Downtown Alley, a community passion project, an immersive, interactive, T-shaped alleyway that brings together nature, art, education, music, and community in the heart of downtown Las Vegas. Downtown Alley is Las Vegas' first ever alley revitalization project, and in partnership with the City of Las Vegas, the highly anticipated new outdoor corridor will serve as a gathering around for locals and tourists alike. Located between Fremont Street and Carson, the Las Vegas Boulevard and 6th Street, Downtown Alley will create new experiences incorporating art and interactively through the use of murals, innovative landscaping, and multiple interactive moments, all of which provide a secure and beautiful space in otherwise underutilized area. Additionally, the Downtown Alley renovation, Todd Kessler's baby, will feature unique, contemporary, and urban designs with accents that celebrate downtown Las Vegas's recent tradition as serving the creative epicenter of the city. Some highlights of this project include over 10,000 square feet of total design refresh with vibrant murals from local artists, improved drainage, and 15 LED streetlights, which include local artists like King Rock and Black Spade Tattoo, Miguel from Zappos, and others will debut 10 murals that personify downtown Las Vegas. So now, I would like Councilwoman Olivia Diaz and Todd Kessler and Todd's mom, who flew in, Judy Conley, and Todd's stepdad, Dr. Charles Gunberg, to come up. Where this downtown alley is in our Councilwoman Olivia Diaz's ward, and she was so gracious to ask me to present this. So I would like Todd to come up and say a few words.
Thank you. Thank you. Wow, this is actually a surprise. I get you just didn't know that. I thought I was just coming up to talk about the alley. I had no idea that this was occurring, so it's blessed that my mother's here with me today. So thank you very much. I'm somewhat speechless, which is kind of crazy if you know what I do for a living. Actually, 20 years I've been in city council and working here. I've never faced the audience. It's just really cool. It's really nice. I like this spot really very much. We might have to talk about that. But seriously, it's truly an honor to be here. And this is not just my project. It's a series of projects and people that have been involved in it. However, I do want to take this opportunity, since they're thanking me, to thank the people behind me. They sit in a thankless position. They're my heroes. If you come to the alley grand opening, you'll see that I've been able to honor them as superheroes. And if you come tomorrow at 2 p.m., you'll see what I'm referring to. But these are people, you know, a hero is defined as someone who's admired for their courage, for their noble qualities, and for their achievements. And so these folks behind me are really heroes. And so in my mind, I see them as superheroes. And it's an honor to be here. It's an honor to be a part of this incredible community. I mean, if you look today at people who are honored, I am insignificant to the work that Jocelyn does and Kathy does. And it's also an honor to see some friends honored today, Mike Delgado and Jen, and for her awards. And so it's a pleasure. And this is a family, and this is my family behind me, not just my mother. I have a surrogate mother and a surrogate stepfather, Oscar Goodman. They've been my parents to some degree for 20 years. I've been under their tutelage, and I've been blessed to share their vision and to buy into it and to drink the Kool-Aid early on. I've been down here for 20 years drinking Kool-Aid, and there's people that are just joining us, and the Kool-Aid is still here for everyone to enjoy. So with that, I thank you very much. I ask that you come tomorrow at 2 p.m. and experience something that you have never experienced. It is by far the most transformative project that I've ever been involved with, and I've been involved with some pretty significant ones downtown from a transformative nature. So I really ask that you come out and enjoy it. And you can take a look at our website to as to see what we're talking about. It's dtalley.vegas. With that, I thank you very much and want to pass it back to the people that get paid to speak.
Well, it is with distinct honor that I get to read the proclamation that we prepared for Mr. Kessler here. So, whereas it is an honor and privilege for the mayor and the Las Vegas City Council to recognize projects that transform downtown Las Vegas and contribute to the betterment of our community. And whereas DT Alley is a T-shaped alley that creates new experiences located between Fremont Street and Carson Avenue and Las Vegas Boulevard and 6th Street in downtown Las Vegas. And whereas this new community space incorporates art and interactivity for locals and visitors through the use of murals, innovative landscaping, and multiple interactive moments. And whereas DT Alley promotes community interaction by creating a pedestrian-oriented space which provides an unexpected experience for all ages. And whereas DT Alley benefits the community by providing enhanced downtown connectivity and walkability, added pedestrian space, an alternative to the shortage of public park space in downtown Las Vegas, and adds to the aesthetic and whimsical nature of the neighborhood. And now, therefore, we, the mayor and the Las Vegas City Council, do hereby proclaim Wednesday, February 19th, 2020, as DT Alley Day. And tomorrow we will be so excited to join you and do the ribbon cutting festivities. And so if you all can, please come down and join us. It will be at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. In the area I just described. And I know our wonderful mayor has some words since she's your second mom.
Well, I know how proud you are and how your heart's full, because the most important thing when you have children, aside from their safety and their good health, is to see them happy and successful and contributing to the world in which they live. And this young man, your son, has done so much to help the downtown over these years. I recognize him now always specially because he's dressed so respectfully and looks so wonderful. Part of GQ, you know, you have no idea what he used to look like. But he grew up to be a wonderful, beautiful member of our community. I know he told me about his son and his piano and his talents, and I'm sure your whole family is very proud of you. He's a very emotional man, believe it or not, and talent, you know, you find the greatest talent in people who really are emotional and have something to contribute. Comes from really deep inside. And I've known him for quite a number of years, and very special human being. So we're grateful for this, and to take a disgusting alley and make it something wonderful and exciting and a new concept. I mean, Todd has always been one that always reaches beyond and comes up with something innovative, and has been such a help to the city as he was head of the Downtown Alliance, but more specifically in so many different areas of your creativeness and everything. Your family is indeed proud, and we consider ourselves part of your family. We congratulate you, and so we'll be there at 2 o'clock tomorrow. I'm sure you're spending the night. Are you spending the night with him, or are you putting them up someplace grand for Valentine's Day?
We're putting them up at the Downtown Grand, the former Lady Luck.
It's wonderful. So come on down, 2 o'clock tomorrow, and be part of something really innovative and special. And it comes from the heart and soul of somebody so creative. Boy, though, 8 years it took? 8 years from the idea?
Yeah, the city and everyone else moves a little slow, but projects like we work on take 5 years to begin with. No matter what project I've ever worked on takes 5 years. Circa is now 4.5 years in, so we got another 9 months. But they take this long. It's just the way it moves.
Wonderful. But sticking to it. You have an idea, you know it's good, hold on tight, and just do it. So congratulations, and Mom, I know your heart must be exploding with pride and gratefulness, and just we're proud of him. So, oh, good. So don't live in California. Come on over. You came from New York. That's my old home. Yep. Yes, 106 between Riverside and West End, and then 75th between Park and Lexington. Upper East Side, nice place to go and visit. This is where to go. Oh.
Yeah, you know, I'll talk about that. One of the key components of the alley is children. We have 3 interactive experiences that are geared towards that. One is a puppet theater, one is a take a book, leave a book library, and one is a piano. My son will be playing piano at 2 o'clock, part of the event. Just trying to, he's got a tip jar out that day. It all goes to charity, don't worry. And also partnered with Ninth Bridge School, which is a great school downtown, and they'll be using this space as field trips, and they have a wall to paint each time. It's a pretty cool space. I look forward to sharing it with you tomorrow.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow. Oh, beautiful. Wonderful.
It's so nice to meet you.
Lovely.
I'll see you tomorrow.
So what airline? We will recess and reset technology, and we'll be back.
So where do you live?
Yeah,
I live
but
on
then I gotta go to the-
80th Street between First and Second.
Okay, we'll move on to agenda item number 12. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium, state your name for the record. This is your opportunity to address the council, but council will not respond or engage in dialogue. We'll set the time at 1 minute. And I have one card here. It's reference agenda item 12, and the name is Pharaoh X. Good morning. And if you'll remove your hat for us, please. Thank you. Oh, nice hair. And perfect. You're ready to roll. And if you, again, for the record, state your name, please.
My name is Pharaoh X. I, too, have a dream of greatness. Recently, a person of South Africa who was a leader in the apartheid movement tried to downplay the apartheid not being a crime on humanity. October 1st, a healing garden was made, which is appropriate. But what memorial stands for a state, Nevada, that's considered the South and North because of its racism, where it's memorial against the crimes on humanity of black people in the history of Nevada and Las Vegas. Homelessness started with slavery, the approval of the slave trade. And here now, we have at the courthouse every day homeless people out there. Greatness defines rising to the point of proving our genius with quality living for all and peace, ending things like homelessness. We are threatened today with unprecedented new invasion of homelessness through AI. It cannot be downplayed. Jobs being lost. This is not only about blacks, it is about the need to meet quality living for all people. And that is the greatness that I dream of. We can speak on diversity, but if we ignore the diversity of racism and the effect of racism, then we are lying to ourselves. Because diversity is not about skin color, it is indeed truly about content of character, and it's about how we do politics day to day. It's how we teach the truth of what really is.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Thank you for coming down, and we absolutely agree, and we hope all homeless will find a way back into a wonderful life. Thank you so much. Okay, anyone else, please? We'll close public comment and move on to agenda item 13. For possible action, any items from the 9 a.m. session that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, table, withdrawn, held in advance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon this time. Mayor Pro Tem, please.
Madam Mayor, the following items have been requested to be held in abeyance, withdrawn, tabled, or stricken. Item 31, contract number 200164-JL, award recommended to CPLC Nevada, Inc. We're going to obey that until March 4th, 2020, requested by staff. Item number 54, resolution approving a ground lease agreement between the City of Las Vegas and Zappos.com LLC, has been stricken, requested by staff. And that will be my motion, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. That motion's been made. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll move on to agenda item 14, possible action to approve final minutes by reference to the January 15th, 2020 regular city council meeting. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion to approve those minutes, please?
Madam Mayor, I move to approve the minutes of the January 15, 2020 city council meeting.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve the minutes. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll move on to the consent agenda, items 15 through 52. with the exception the 31 on the consent agenda, are considered to be routine or recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Note that the record should reflect my abstention on items number 33 and 34 because they pertain to marijuana-related businesses and one of my sons involved in that industry. I'll be voting on all other items. We also need to note to show that on item 29, it should include wards 2 and 6 as well as wards 1 and 4 as shown on the agenda. Councilwoman Seaman, I understand you wish to make a comment regarding number 19, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This request for an additional $100,000 for Badlands Legal Defense will bring the total amount authorized to $1 million since I joined the council in July. My hope and desire still remains, as I have expressed frequently from this chair, for both sides of the dispute, the property owner and the surrounding homeowners, to come together, compromise, and reach a resolution that works for all parties. I will continue to do everything in my power as the representative to everyone in Ward 2 to help achieve such an outcome. In the meantime, I must also do what is best to defend the citizens of Las Vegas and the actions taken by the City Council and City staff. Therefore, I will support this additional funding request for our outside legal counsel.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Seaman. Any other items council wishes to bring forward? Yes, Councilman Knutson.
Madam Mayor, on item number 32, it should note my abstention. My family has a contract with Bunny Fish, and I wouldn't feel comfortable voting on item number 32.
Okay, thank you. That's so noted. Anything, council with an SEL? Anything more he needs to do?
No, if he's interested in abstaining, we think a disclosure is fine. You can vote on it. Would you like to vote? No? No. Okay, yeah, then go ahead and take the abstention.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else, any comments? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion on the consent agenda, please?
Madam Mayor, I move to approve consent items 15 through 52 with the exception of item 31.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote, and please post. Motion carries, and we'll move now on to agenda item 53. Discussion for possible action regarding the approval of an appeal of work card denial for Melody Compass DB at doing business at 711 Food Store 13690 at 2691 West Sahara. This is in Ward 1 with Councilman Knutson. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Darcy Adelby-Hurd, Business License Section Manager. This item before you is for a work card appeal for Melody Campus for 711 in Ward 1. Ms. Campus is appealing the denial of her work card. February of last year, Ms. Campus pled guilty to conspiracy robbery for an incident that took place in November of 2015. She has been sentenced to 5 years probation, restitution, and counseling. Ms. Campus and her employer, Mr. Richard Essex, are here should you have any questions. If you do approve the appeal, I am available to make a recommendation for the approval.
Thank you very much. Are you in, do you want to speak first and state your name for the record about continuing her employment?
Richard Essex, franchisee, 711 Store 13690. The reason we're going after the sheriff's card is Melody's been with us for quite a long time, and it's my understanding with the new laws that with the sheriff's card, you have to be management, you have to have a sheriff's card. Therefore, I suggested to her she get a sheriff's card.
And you approve of that?
Yes, ma'am, I do, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to make any comments? Okay. Any comments, questions here before I turn over to Councilman Knutson? Nothing, so please.
Thank you, Mayor, and I've had a chance to speak with staff. Ms. Edelbeyer, would you mind making your recommendation?
We would recommend approval for 1 year site-specific.
I would make that my motion as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so there's a motion to go ahead and approve site-specific 1 year review. Correct. Thank you. Please vote and please post. That motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you, Mayor. Good luck, Ms. Campus. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 55. Yes. Discussion for possible action regarding the appointment and nominee John Curran to the Citizens Advisory Committee, Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency. The category D seat is vacant due to the previous member reaching the term limit. Mr. Curran's eligible and wishes to be appointed. And where did the recommendation come? Me. Oh, okay. Mayor, if you'd make a record that Mayor Pro Tem had made the recommendation. And so therefore, Councilwoman Mayor Pro Tem, you want to make the motion, please?
Madam Mayor, I move to approve the appointment of John Curran to this committee, please.
Thank you very much. This motion, please vote and please post. Motion carries. Okay, agenda item 56, recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at this meeting, bill number 2020-1. Councilman Anthony, would you like the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Please.
Bill number 2020-1, an ordinance to amend the Town Center Development Standards Manual to provide that the use motor vehicle sales used is allowed in the GC Land Use District only by means of special use permit, to remove the provision limiting that use to the Auto Mall site located within the Centennial Center Plan, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
There's a motion to approve agenda item 56. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 57, bill number 2020-3. Councilman Anthony, would you like the bill read?
Yes.
Bill number 2020-3, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters, ANX 77855.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 57. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. We will now move on to new bills. Items number 58 through 61, bill number 2020-4 through 2020-7 will be heard at recommending committee meeting Monday, March 2nd, 2020. City Attorney, would you read the new bills, please?
Yes, ma'am. Bill number 2020-4, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters, ANX 78110. Bill number 2020-5, an ordinance to amend LVMC Chapter 6.50 related to the licensing of alcoholic beverage establishments, to update provisions regarding the removal of bottles of wine from certain types of establishments, and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2020-6, an ordinance to continue to authorize on a temporary basis the waiver of certain business license-related fees and charges for qualifying new businesses to be established within the Las Vegas Medical District, to add to the list of qualifying businesses in an establishment with a tavern-limited alcoholic beverage license, and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2020-7, an ordinance to amend LVMC Section 6.50.250 to make tavern-limited alcoholic beverage licenses available throughout the downtown Las Vegas overlay district, amend various provisions of the Uniform Development Code adopted as Title 19 to make corresponding land use related adjustments, and provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much. New bills 2020-4 through 2020-7 are assigned to the March 2nd, 2020 recommending committee members, Councilman Anthony Knutson and Councilwoman Fiore. If any so designated or unable to attend, the clerk's office will coordinate finding substitutes as necessary in my direction. We will continue on, and we are at 5 of 11. Goodness, did we spend a long time this morning? Okay, 62 for possible action. Any items from the earlier session that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem, may we have those, please?
Madam Mayor, the following items have been requested to be held in abeyance, withdrawn, tabled, or stricken. Items 72 through 74, GPA 77917, Zone -77919, and VAR -78113. General Plan Amendment, public hearing, applicant owner, Moises Corpio on .19 acres at 1208 Southeastern Avenue. An abeyance to March 4th, 2020 is requested by Councilwoman Diaz. And item number 91, ROC-78044, applicant Walmart Stores, Inc., owner Walmart Real Estate Business Trust on 4.31 acres at 6310 West Charleston Boulevard. An abeyance to March 18, 2020 is requested by the applicant. And item number 88,
of VAR-77932, variance public hearing, applicant Kent Scow, owner Scow Clark Revocable Living Trust and Scow Clark Trust on .14 acres at 1916 Constantine Avenue, and abeyance to March 18th, 2020 is requested by the applicant. And item number 92, SDR 77943, applicant owner LAP Investment LLC on .22 acres on the north side of Charleston Boulevard, approximately 330 feet of Moonlight Drive, and abeyance to May 6, 2020 is requested by the applicant, and that will be my motion, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Items 63 through 68 may be considered in one motion, one vote. Considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Item number 63, MOD 77751, applicant owner Howard Hughes Company, LLC, on a request for a major modification of the approved Summerlin Village 22 Development Plan, NDR 73901, to amend the Summerlin land use designation of various parcels within Village 22, and related item number 64, TMP 77752, and a request for a tentative map for a 37-parcel master plan village with deviations of the Summerlin development standards on 444.45 acres at the southwest corner of Lake Mead Boulevard, Clark County, 215 PC Plan Development Zone, Ward 2, Councilwoman Seaman. Number 65, EOT 78124, applicant Jackpot Jonies LLC, owner Luca Real Property 2 LLC, on a request for a first extension of time for a non-conforming liquor establishment tavern. Use at 8450 West Cliffs Drive, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 2, Councilwoman Seaman. Number 66, SUP 77915, applicant Prestige Tattoo and Blade, owner Summerhill Plaza Partners, LLC, on a request for a special use permit for a tattoo parlor body piercing studio use at 7581 West Lake Mead Boulevard, Suite 140, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 1, Councilman Knutson. Number 67, VAC 77920, applicant owner Howard Hughes Company, on a request for a petition to vacate public right-of-way generally located along Carriage Hills Drive between Red Point Drive and Kendall Corner Avenue, Ward 2, Councilwoman Seaman. And number 68, VAC 77921, applicant owner Howard Hughes Company, and a request for a petition to vacate public right-of-way generally located along Foothills Drive between Red Point Drive and Kendall Corner Avenue, Ward 2, Councilwoman Seaman. Staff recommends approval on all items. Planning Commission recommends approvals on items 63, 64, 66 through 68. These are public hearings which I declare open. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on numbers 63 through 68? Okay, seeing none, I'll close public hearings. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion for the one motion, one vote, items 63 to 68?
Madam Mayor, I move to approve the one motion, one vote, items 63 through 68.
Thank you very much. Please vote on the motion, and please post. Okay, that motion carried. We'll move on to agenda item 69, DIR 78038, abeyance item, public hearing, applicant City of Las Vegas, for possible action to clarify whether the City Council was aware that a newly stated recommendation from the Department of Planning differed from what the department originally recommended, and whether the City Council denied the appeal of special use permit 75306, and corresponding waiver with full knowledge of that newly stated recommendation. Proposed use, massage establishment location, 1600 South Las Vegas Boulevard, Suite 120, C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, with Councilwoman Diaz. Staff has no recommendation, so Mr. Summerfield, if you would.
Madam Mayor, the appellant in this matter's lawyer identified to the city that they no longer wish to continue to pursue this matter that was related to this director's business item. We have the documentation from their attorney requesting that this not continue further. With that, I would make a recommendation that this item be struck from the agenda today, and that would be my request.
And you need that then confirmed by us?
Yes, ma'am. So I would need, if you would not mind, someone making a motion to strike and then voting on that, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I will turn to Councilwoman Diaz since it's in her ward.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and based on staff's recommendation, I move to strike item 69 from our agenda.
Thank you very much. As motion to strike on 69, please vote and please post. The motion carries. Thank you very much. We will now move on to agenda items 70 and 71. 70, GPA 77475, and a request for a general plan amendment from M medium density residential to L medium low density residential, and number 71 Z017476 on a request for rezoning from R3 medium density residential to RCL single family compact lot. The applicant owner is Raleigh Granbury 4 on .24 acres, 1957 Simmons Street. Both items staff recommends denial and Planning Commission recommends approval. These are in Ward 5 with Councilman Creer. Public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant present? You come right on down and you can take the center mic, which is on. Thank you. And if you would please restate your name regardless and for our record, and then we'll turn it over to Mr. Summerfield. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, everybody, and thank you for your time. I'm hoping to split up my property from
Your name.
Raleigh Granbury the 4th.
Okay. The 4th?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow.
Yeah, family name.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure to have another one, too.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, I'm hoping to split my homes into to change the zoning from medium to single residential to hope increase the property value as well as reinvest in North Las Vegas. It's a good move for everybody around the area. It also allows for people in the area the opportunity to purchase a home. With it being two homes, it's hard for people to consider that. If we can separate it out, it allows people in the area to want to purchase and move in.
Wonderful, thank you. Mr. Summerfield, if you would, please.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, having a little technology problem. All right, so here we go. So, Madam Mayor, so while the approval of the request applications would support an objective that is identified in the West Las Vegas plan, staff cannot ignore the fact that the approval of the requested general plan amendment and companion rezoning would create a situation where we are rezoning a single lot or parcel of land to benefit an owner that is inconsistent with the surrounding land uses and does not further the otherwise goals of the general plan. Amending the subject site would create what we call a spot zoning for the RCL in an area that is predominantly R3 within the city's limits. For this reason, staff is not able to support the requested general plan and companion rezoning application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Summerfield. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone from the public who wanted to make comment on either agenda item 70 or 71? Please come forward and you can go to the other mic and push the button so the red light comes on. If you would take off your hat for us, please.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
I apologize.
That's all right.
Mayor, I apologize.
And if you would put, why doesn't that go on? There you are. Okay, please.
Good morning, Mayor
Morning.
Goodman and staff and council members. Thank you for having us today. I'm here to support and help Raleigh with this action and motion.
And your name is?
My name is
sir?
William Schloff with Signature Real Estate Group, 9525 Hillwood Drive, Suite 120. Longtime Las Vegan and just very grateful to be here today. What I'd like to do, I think staff we did have the spot zoning issue that we discussed at planning. If you don't mind, can I go right over here?
Sure.
We do, although it's not adjacent to our property here, we do have RCL zoning very, very close to this, only...
Can our staff make that a little bigger?
I
Will you
can-
blow it up? There you are.
So
Okay.
this is about 800 feet away from the parcel. We have RCL here, we have RCL around the property. It's just not adjacent. But what this will do is it'll give first-time home buyers a chance to get into a more medium-range pricing, be able to purchase a single-family residential house, give Raleigh the ability to go ahead and sell these as single-family residential, and also the adjacent parcels that are right here can also benefit from this change in creating the precedent and also creating more single-family residential right here. But as far as the spot zoning goes, we do have no adjacent land that is RCL, but you can see within 1,000 feet we have a lot of RCL in the area, and it is, I think, consistent with the area, even though it's not consistent with the multifamily that's adjacent. And that is multifamily, which is actually a higher density. So I think, if anything, what he's doing is improving the neighborhood. Like I said, giving first-time home buyers a chance to come in and get a property, and for him to do the highest and best use with his parcel there on Simmons.
Could you tell us, do you know who owns the purple to the west of his property? Yes, right up there that has some white boxes in it. Your thumb just went over it.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's owned by Walker Amber Ray, and she did not, we had no opposition at the planning meeting with the commissioners.
Okay, and was there anything planned for that area that's immediately adjacent and to the west that you know of?
Not currently, but I can say that with what Raleigh's doing, it would just be an asset and an additional reason, and that was something else I forgot to bring up, is it will bring investors to come and buy this land up and actually start developing it as opposed to just sitting it vacant.
Okay.
But there is no current plans for that parcel on the west. And like I said, other than the spot zoning, staff didn't really have, we worked with Nicole closely, we worked with our planners, and we made sure that we stayed within our P's and Q's. And with the down zoning, it's actually a benefit to the area and a benefit to the community in the city of Las Vegas, in my opinion. It's going to upgrade those houses, and I do believe there'll be more dollars coming into those vacant pieces in that area.
Okay, before I turn it over to council, then let me ask, it is a public hearing. Anyone having comments on agenda item 70 or 71? Okay, we'll close public hearing. And council, any comments before I turn them over to Councilman Greer? Nope, everything's cool. Councilman Greer?
Great, thank you, Madam Mayor. I didn't understand what was going on at first. Once I got the full understanding, I'm good. And so I want to move for approval for item number 70.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 70. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 71.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, item number 71, I move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve 71.
Thanks.
Please vote and please post. Way to go.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your help.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
Motion carries. Good luck. Okay, so agenda items 72, 73, and 74 are, obeyed to March 4th. Okay. Okay, so we're on to 75. Okay, here we go. Agenda item 75, ZON 77758, a request for rezoning from U undeveloped TC Town Center General Plan designation to TC Town Center. Number 76, MOD 77759, a request for major modification of the Town Center Land Use Plan to amend the special use designation from PF-TC Public Facilities Town Center to MLTC Medium Low Density Residential Town Center. Number 77, SUP 77761, a request for a special use permit, a proposed gated community with private streets with a waiver to allow one gated entrance where two are required at southeast corner Grand Teton Drive and TP Lane. Number 78, VAC 77763. On a request for a petition to vacate City of Las Vegas right-of-way, sewer, drainage, construction, and trail easements to southeast corner Grand Teton Drive and TP Lane. Number 79, SDR 77762, a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 73-lot single-family residential development with a waiver Town Center streetscapes wall height, single-family residential development standards. And number 80, TMP 77764, and a request for a tentative map for a proposed 73-lot single-family residential subdivision with a waiver to allow private stub streets that exceed 1 per 660 feet. The applicant is EKB Homes. The owner is United States of America on 10 acres southeast corner Grand Teton Drive and TP Lane. Planning Commission recommends approval on all items. Staff recommends approval on item number 76, 70, 75, 76, 78, and denial on 77, 79, 80. These are in Ward 6, Councilwoman Fiore, or public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant present or representative? And pardon this is the residue of that cough that's going around, so my apologies. Mr. Summerfield, there's nobody here.
Okay, so I thought the rep for KB was here earlier. I thought I saw them, but, so Madam Mayor, on these, staff, as you indicated, is in support of the proposed incorporation of the property into the Town Center Master Development Plan area by way of the rezoning request application and amending the Town Center Special Land Use designation by way of the major mod. We are also supporting
Here we go. Okay, keep going.
Okay. We are also supporting the vacation of the existing City of Las Vegas easements, as they have been identified as no longer needed in their current configurations. However, staff is not able to support the proposed 72-lot single-family residential subdivision, as the proposed design does require several deviations from the Town Center development standards, and as such, staff is recommending denial of the SUP, the site development review, and the tentative map. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Krista Bilbrey with KB Home, 5795 Badura Avenue. The 10 acres before you was one of the parcels that was nominated for the BLM auction back this past August. We believe that the zoning is compatible with the adjacent neighbors. We are working with the adjacent HOA, as there is a 10-foot kind of no man's land between our projects. So we have tried to lay out this project in such a way that we can provide maximum wrought iron and visibility to that 10 feet. We'll install a 4-foot sidewalk and landscaping to create the trail connection rather than, like I said, just a no man's land. It was a drainage easement previously. Some of the waivers we're asking for are for the perimeter landscaping and trail sections so that we can match what is already out there. It's nothing different than already exists. We want it to be a cohesive neighborhood. Let's see. So sorry.
Are those fire gates on the?
Yeah, they're going to be magnetic too. So there's actually one of the other waivers that we're asking for is the stub streets. Typically for Town Center, they only allow 1 per 660 feet. We're asking for the 5. Again, this will give us the ability to put the wrought iron against all of those stub streets to provide maximum visibility to this 10-foot strip. We have 2-story homes, again, so that the people in the second story will be able to see what's going on in their side yards, backyards type ideal. And I think with that, I'd just like to open it up to any questions you may have.
Okay, let me go to the public first, if I may, and then we'll hear from council on the question. So we have cards from Anton Sorkin and Anton, oh, you're a busy man, all three, please. And if you'll repeat your name for the record.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is Anton Sorkin. I'm a longtime resident and have lived across the street in not the adjacent HOA, but across for about 8 years now. I'm specifically opposing numbers 77, 79, and 80, which staff recommends denial on all of them, and I'll kind of address those one by one. But the general preface for that is that the community right now is already kind of narrow in terms of some of the building developments, and I think that some of the requests that they're making are to basically build as many houses on the land as possible, which makes sense, but at the same time, this was recently done. There's a community called Tapestry within a mile radius. It's actually about 1,600 feet away. But if you look at the metro crime statistics, that neighborhood has significantly more crime in the last 3 months, 6 months, year, 3 years. And it is lowering property values, among other things. In relation to number 77, the request for 1 gate rather than 2 gates, the northwest corner of their property on TP Lane and Grand Teton is already considered rather dangerous for pedestrians. I personally have written at least 1 letter to Clark County and Las Vegas Public Works asking if there are any plans to improve pedestrian safety. There's 2 trails there that a lot of people take their dogs on, and people kind of speed using that street as a throughway already. And I'm worried that if we don't build something with 2 gates, that there will be a significant number of cars that will be, transiting that area. For number 79, the way that it read, I initially opposed it, but if the waiver is being granted specifically to continue the trails in the area, then I no longer oppose 79. And then for number 80, the request for the stub streets, again, right now, most of the home buyers are no longer the initial kind of target population. There are a lot of military family members, including my family, that either work at Nellis or Creech that favor this community, and if they purchase a home, oftentimes they've been renting them to other military members. But lately we've been seeing a lot of the home buyers are using them only for rental properties. They're not owner occupied. And I'm worried that if we grant, again, the higher density, the stub streets, that there will be more of these kind of investment groups that are just purely purchasing these to speculate, rather than actually having people that are looking to stay in the community for an extended period of time. And again, we see this especially, Tapestry is one of the communities that I referenced, but there are also a few other developments to the southeast.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments, and I'm sure they were heard. Anyone else from the public? I'm going to close public hearing, and before I turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem, any comments from council? Questions? No. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, please.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for coming up, sir. One of the things I have to tell you is KB Homes has been a great partner with the City of Las Vegas for many projects here. And as you're in opposition, I have 50 cards in favor in this whole neighborhood, that has mailed these in. So I just want to make a record of that. We've worked diligently on this, especially because of the alleyway between the 2 properties. And so I did not want an alleyway because it could create an environment where we could have some issues. So that alleyway
KB Homes is going to be taking and making a sidewalk and making beautiful landscaping. I just want to clarify, when you said match the landscaping, I don't think that there's 36 box trees on the other side.
I
So you're
apologize.
not,
I meant for the width of the trail and then the width of the landscaping, because the waivers are for the width, but we will install the 36-inch box trees.
I just want to make sure, Robert Summerfield, that the aesthetics with the landscaping in Ward 6 is on the record for what has to be provided in this area. So, and the reason why I plan on going forward with this is because this alleyway now, we're going to have, for the record, and I would like you to put it on the record, we're going to have minimally 60 foot of wrought iron, so there's no, so, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gates to get in that park alley. So instead of it just being an alley, it's going to be like a dog park, and there's going to be access gates to be able to open and walk through there in that alley, along with, you know, a lot of people, you had said, you know, you recommended denial because there's 1 gate and there's 2, but in actuality, there's 3 gates. And for the record, I want to make sure that the 2 emergency gates are noted and agreed upon on the record, that those are going to be the magnetic gates. There's not chains or locks on those gates. If law enforcement or fire has to get through those gates, they're not crash gates, they're the magnets. So any of our emergency vehicles can enter and exit those gates. So there's actually a total of 3 gates in this property, along with, of course, aesthetics with our landscaping, the landscaping all the way around. And Mr. Summerfield, correct me if I'm wrong, but our new ordinance for our sprinklers with our fire have now basically approved these stub streets because of the sprinkler system. Am I correct?
So there's a lot to unpack there, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, through you, Madam Mayor. A couple things. One, we don't show that there's crash gates at either intersection. I was just checking with Mr. Anderson from Public Works. I don't believe we have gates at the crash gates at the end for emergency equipment to get through. The vehicular entry point is just what you see on your screen there, where you do see the 1 gated entry point.
So can you make that a condition?
I don't believe, I will look to our Public Works folks. I don't know that they have the current design to be able to accommodate those as crash gates, but I'll let Mr. Anderson answer that part.
What I would suggest if we're going to make a condition is that, pardon me, Bart Anderson, Public Works, that we have the applicant coordinate with the Department of Public Works and the Fire Department to ensure that the 2 stub streets facing either Grand Teton and, what is the name of the street on the south?
Gilcrease.
Gilcrease, thank you. Be configured to serve as emergency access points, and appropriate emergency access easements be granted. That way, if they are not currently designed to support it, they can be done so at council's direction.
Can you do that?
Yes.
You agree to do that?
That was my intention. That was my
Okay.
understanding, that we were designing it that way. I didn't know it wasn't shown on the current site plan on file.
And if I may, to address one of your other questions, you had asked about the adoption of the sprinklering of the homes allowing stub streets. The sprinklering of the homes does allow the use of a hammerhead cul-de-sac, but it doesn't specifically allow stub streets, so the variance and waivers would still be required.
But it doesn't specifically not allow it, right?
Well, since it doesn't specifically allow it, it would still need to be approved as a variance or a waiver.
Okay.
Or in this case, a waiver.
Okay, got it.
And then you've got, on top of that, you do have, this is Town Center, so Town Center has some different street standards than just our standard Title 19 requirements. And again, Town Center actually allows for some street changes, but as indicated in the waiver, because you're only allowed like 1 for, I think it's 600 and some feet, and they're asking for several within a much shorter distance than that. That's the other component of the waiver for the stub streets.
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm also a fan of more streets, and the reason why is because that alleyway is now going to be kind of like a dog park, and in each of those streets, there's going to be a gate to get in there.
Right.
So it's actually quite nice, and I'm very happy that my planning commission approved this 0 to 7, 7 to 0, so I'm going to go forth and just make sure all of our recommendations are noted and all the conditions are noted. And then I will take your directions on making sure that we have the magnet gates, the trees, the landscaping is up to par, not matching anything near it, because near it was before my time, and I like really lush landscaping.
So you're in agreement?
I am in agreement, correct.
Okay. And so, Mr. Summerfield?
So-
Mr. Anderson, everything is,
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, so on your motion, we'll have an additional condition related to the emergency act, coordinating with the city's public works and fire and rescue on additional emergency access points. We'll put those conditions in the public works sections on both the site development review and the tentative map when you're ready to make those motions.
Perfect. And then also, just to, for the record is clear, on each of these entries, there's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7 60-foot wrought iron gates.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that there's no hidden valleys, no hidden spaces for people to hide. And then with that, if you have everything on the record and you agree to everything on the record,
I agree.
then I will, we'll go one by one, Mr. Summerfield?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay, so I will make a motion to approve item number 75.
there's a
With
motion
all
on
conditions?
agenda 75, subject to all conditions. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. 76, please.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to approve item 76 with all conditions.
There's a motion on agenda item 76. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. On 77, please.
Madam Mayor, I motion to approve item number 77 with all conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve 77. Please vote. And please post. The motion carries. 78, please.
Madam Mayor, I motion to approve agenda item 78 with all conditions.
Thank you. This motion on 78, please vote and please post. Motion carries. And on 79,
Madam Mayor, I motion to approve agenda item number 79 with all conditions.
And
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, this is the one where I'd like to read in the new condition. So again, this will be a new condition on this item that will read as follows. The applicant shall, a new Public Works condition. The applicant shall work with the Department of Public Works and the Department of Fire Services to ensure that the 2 stub streets adjacent to Grand Teton Drive and Gilcrease Drive are designed and constructed to act as emergency access points with magnetic gates. Appropriate emergency access easements shall be granted on the final map for this site.
thank you. Is that what you wished?
Yes, and do you agree?
We agree.
Perfect.
Okay. So agenda item 79, subject to those conditions, you so move.
I so move.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. And finally, agenda item 80.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to approve agenda item 80 with all conditions.
And the added condition that I read on the previous item as well, under a new condition on Public Works.
And exactly what Mr. Summerfield said, and do you agree to that?
We agree.
Perfect. Now we are married.
Motion on number 80. Please vote and please post. Congratulations, Doug.
Thank you so much.
You almost missed it. Thank you. All right, we'll move on now to agenda items 84, 85, 86, and 87. 84, VAR 77907, request for a variance to allow a 10-foot front yard setback where 20 feet is required and a 4-foot yard setback where 5 feet is required. Number 85, VAR 77908, request for a variance to allow a 20-foot wide private street where 47 feet is the minimum allowed to
Mayor?
allow a 47. Hi.
Mayor,
Madam Mayor, we're doing something wrong.
Madam Mayor, this is Luann, City Clerk. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I think we're on 81. 81, 82,
Our
83?
books are a little wrong.
Out of sequence.
I have 80. You're absolutely right. Hold on. Okay, are you?
Out of sequence, I get it.
Okay, thank you. Very responsive and good listening. You get an A. Send it home to your parents. 81, thank good catch. The staple got caught together with the other one. 81 VAR 76939, a request for a variance to allow 23 parking spaces where 29 spaces are required. 82 VAR 76940, a request for a variance to allow a 90-foot residential adjacency setback from south property line where 138 feet is required. Number 83 SDR 76941, and a request for a site development plan review for proposed 5,031 square foot commercial shell building with waivers of the perimeter landscape buffered standards. The applicant owner is Land Capital Partners LLC on .37 acres southwest corner of Charleston Boulevard and Hillside Place, C1. Limited commercial zone on all items. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. These are in Ward 3 with Councilwoman Diaz. Public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, ma'am. Brian Nagel, Green Tyndall Architecture, 3047 East Warm Springs, Unit 500.
Thank you. Any comments you'd like to make on these three items?
No, I just wanted to point out, I mean, as far as the vacant lot and everything goes, we're trying to beautify the whole area and put a gorgeous building on it where people, we hope that it'll bring more business and stuff to the area, as well as make it, I mean, a lot nicer with all the landscaping. We increased landscaping on our last meeting with staff to make it more appealing for everybody involved.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, the applicant is proposing to overdevelop the subject site as evidenced by the requested variance waivers and exceptions. It is for that reason that staff is recommending denial of the site plan and the associated applications.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on 81, 82, or 83? I'll close the public hearing. And thank you, and Councilwoman Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not totally familiar with the vision of this project, so can you explain what you're bringing to Ward 3?
Yeah, what we're trying to do is create a more appealing project for our client that will be a newer representation of the community and kind of bring it up a little bit towards that corner and eliminate the vacancy that's there now. We are a newer design than the adjacent buildings and such, but those buildings are much larger footprint spread out much farther along the lines of the property itself, and we tried to push it back away from the residential in the back as far as possible towards the front, which gives it a little more exposure towards traffic as well as creating on the outside of the property a walking feel, so when you walk around the whole thing, you get the whole vibe of the community pushing with you.
Thanks, and I guess what I'm trying to understand is what the commercial shell building, what purpose will it serve the residents of the ward?
So right now, we're trying to make it so it's a medical type of aspect to it, so where the current owners, they do have vested interest in creating the medical environment there for private companies to come and purchase pieces of it and put their own offices in a community area.
And do you have partnerships or folks you're leasing to? Do you already have tenants that will lease from you?
We have not gone that far ahead yet. The Land Capital Partners, the owners, are based in California. They don't really share that kind of information with us as the architectural group.
Mayor Pro Tem, you have a question?
Yes, Councilwoman Diaz. Is this medical for marijuana, medical marijuana site? No?
No.
All right, well, I think, Madam Mayor, I'm going to hold these items in abeyance until I can see the product, have you come into my office. I want to see it and kind of learn more in depth about it, and then we'll see where we can go from that conversation.
So how far out do you want to hold it? To the next meeting or further?
Let's do it a month to give me plenty of time to schedule, because I know that sometimes 2 weeks out, I'm already pretty busy. So let's do it out
March 18th?
Yes.
Is that an agreement?
Yes.
So can we take all three of these together? Yes, ma'am. Yes, okay, so if you'll make that
So
motion.
I move to hold items 81, 82, and 83 in abeyance for the March 18th, 2020 City Council meeting.
Thank you. There's a motion on those items, 81, 82, 83, for an abeyance to the 18th of March. Please vote and please post. Thank you. That motion, we will see, carries. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so now, come on back. Sorry about that. No, you're good. Thank you. This is agenda item 84, 85, 86, and 87. 84 VAR 77907, request for variance to allow a 10-foot front yard setback where 20 feet is required and a 4-yard corner side yard setback where 5 feet is required. Number 85 VAR 77908, on a request for variance to allow a 25-foot wide private street where 47 feet is the minimum allowed, to allow a 47-foot wide access control gate where 50 feet is required, to allow sidewalks on one side where sidewalks on both sides are required, and to allow a connectivity ratio of 1.25 where 1.30 is required. Number 86, SDR 77909, a request for a site development plan review, proposed 9-unit duplex and single-family residential development. Number 87, TMP 77910, Montage Estates, on a request for a tentative map for a one-lot condominium subdivision. The applicant owner is SK USA LLC on 2.14 acres north side of Bonanza Road, approximately 1,550 feet east of Decatur Boulevard, R2, medium-low density residential zone. On all items, staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. These are in Ward 5 with Councilman Creer. Public hearings, which I declare open. I know the applicants are here. Okay. If you'll announce your names, please, and then anything you would like to say on this presentation.
John Hamilton, on behalf of the applicant, 3945 Pebble Creek Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89147.
Jobo Meisberger, SK USA LLC, 10324 Summit Canyon Drive.
Wonderful, thank you very much. Any comments you want to make on this, please?
Yes, this project's come a long way. I'd like to, based with a lot of feedback from Councilman Creer and members of the community, we have moved this project forward, and we've come a long way, we feel. We've come a long way from this exhibit. This was a former design that received a lot of pushback. It was formerly 18 units, formerly came in as 3 stories, then we went to 2, and it's still a lot of pushback. So finally, with a lot of feedback from the community, as well as working with Councilman Creer's office, we have revised the site that in turn consequenced the necessity of the waivers being requested. What we have done is a new configuration where we have 9 units now, and they are single story. We have provided a internal, as opposed to a cul-de-sac configuration, former, we now have a little circular loop around our homes. That was to provide additional buffering between our product and the adjacent neighbors. We feel that we have received Planning Commission approval, and we did have another neighborhood meeting, which in our last neighborhood meeting that we had, as opposed to the prior ones where we had a lot in attendance, the last we had two adjacent neighbors arrived, and they supported our project, at least what they told us in our meeting. So that being said, don't want to beat a dead horse with this project, but if you have any questions, we're here to answer them.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, make sure I'm on the right one. Sorry. My apologies, this computer keeps moving things. 1 second, Madam Mayor. For some reason, my notes are missing. So I apologize, Madam Mayor, for some reason my notes are missing from this one. As the applicant has indicated, this project has come a long way. Unfortunately, in order to address some of the concerns that they did hear from the community, the project still necessitates some waivers and variances, and because of those waivers and variants, staff has had to recommend denial of this latest revision of the project. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on agenda items 84, 85, 86, 87? I'll close public hearing. And any comments from our council? Councilman Creer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. First, I just want to thank you all for just your steadfastness and your willingness to, take a project that was a good project, but make it a great project for the community. And I really appreciate you guys working with the community. I want it to work out for you. I want it to work out for the neighbors, and take a parcel of land that, a unique parcel of land, and turn it into something that's going to be viable for our community. So just want to thank you for that. And I appreciate it. It's a pleasure to work with you, and it's easy to support something like this when you guys have gone through such due diligence and working for it. So if there's no other comment, I'm going to move for approval for item number 84.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 84. Please vote and please post.
And let's work on the next project together.
Thank you, sir.
That motion carries. And on agenda item 85, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item number 85, I move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion on 85 to approve. Please vote and please post. Bless you. Carried? Okay, and number 86, please.
I move for approval for item 86.
Thank you. There's a motion on 86. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. And finally, 87.
Item 87, I move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 87. Please vote and please post. Thank you. And that carries as well. Good luck. Well done.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Perseverance.
Bring back the next project.
Wonderful. Okay, we've obeyed 88 to March 18th, so we'll move on to 89 and 90. 89, SUP 77896, a request for special use permit for an open-air vending transient sales lot use. Number 90, SDR 77897, a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 9,000 square foot plaza. The applicant is DT Ferguson's LLC. The owner is 11th Street Tavern LLC at 1031 Fremont Street. T5MS, T5 Main Street Zone. On both items, Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. These are in Ward 3 with Councilwoman Diaz. A public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? Seeing none? Oh. I saw you earlier. Okay. Wonderful.
Good afternoon. Thank you guys for taking time to speak with us. I'm Jennifer Toller with Ferguson's Downtown, representing the 1031 agenda item 89. We've been using this space for the last about 2.5 years as a community gathering space while we were developing Ferguson's Downtown across the street. And one of the things that we're most known for is our Market in the Alley, which has been able to really support our local small businesses here in Las Vegas, who have also eventually grown into store owners, first store owners in Ferguson's Downtown as well. Through the last 2.5 years, we've been able to do a lot of other support community people in Las Vegas with their passions and dreams to bring people together in our city. And the goal of this is just to be able to do that more often so we can continue to make shift change culturally and gatherings for our community.
Thank you. We
Yeah.
just love seeing what you're doing.
Thank you.
Mr. Summerfield?
Madam Mayor, the staff finds that the proposed outdoor event space with the inclusion of the mobile food vendors does support the goals of the Vision 2045 Downtown Master Plan. The site will help promote a more vibrant urban entertainment environment in the downtown area that does focus activities in areas where transit hubs exist or activity nodes are planned. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of the requested site development review and accompanying special use permit. And I believe the councilwoman has some additional conditions, and I'll be ready to read those when she is interested.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's go to the public hearing portion. Anyone who wishes to speak to either of these items, please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Mayor. Alita Dupree for the record. Good to see you again.
Thank you.
I watched the proceedings of this on TV last time, so I'm in favor. I believe in downtown. I love food trucks. You know, I go around the country and I see weekly food events, and I want that to be here, a sustainable lineup of outdoor diverse activities such as food trucks. Food trucks are complementary in the food scene. I have on my, what happens here only happens here. And I don't have a car, so I ride transit. So this is near a bus stop. There are several RTC bus stops. So as an ordinary member of the public, I stand in favor of this because I want more things that I can enjoy here in town. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else from the public wishes to make comment on 89 or 90? I will close the public hearing then and turn it over to Councilwoman Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and congratulations on receiving the design award for Ferguson's. I think we recently visited, and we were very, my staff and I were very pleased and surprised by the caliber of work you're doing there. It was just heartwarming to hear that a lot of small vendors that started across the alley in that market are now transitioning into office or store space or whatever I don't know what you call them, because it's such a unique concept. You really can't say it's like a traditional office space, but I know that the mothership has brought a lot, La Monja, Hatsumi, a lot of people rave and review about the vibrancy of Ferguson, so I don't doubt in you guys continuing to trailblaze and make sure that it's the best, or one of the best spots, I guess, in downtown Las Vegas for people to come and patronize. I just wanted to make sure that I imposed the conditions to be consistent. I think that when people hear open special use permit for open air vending transient sales lot, they get worried about what can this mean? Can it get out of hand? Am I gonna see a 24/7 kind of nature in my own neighborhood where I might want it to kind of go away after a certain time? So just to be consistent in my thinking and respectful of all the neighbors, because I want it to be harmonious and I want it to be awesome. I'm gonna have Mr. Summerfield read those conditions, and then we'll have you say if you agree.
Madam Mayor, through you. So, Councilwoman, those added conditions would be, I have 5 added conditions, and based on the first added condition, I need to amend condition 1 on the SUP. The first added condition would read as follows. Event hours of operation shall be limited to 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, and from 8 a.m. to 12 a.m. Friday through Saturday, unless alternate hours are approved by means of a special events permit. The second condition to be added, at the conclusion of all events, the site shall be brought to a well-maintained state free of refuse. Condition 3 to be added, event security shall be provided in accordance with the temporary event regulations as specified in Title 6 and Title 12. The fourth additional condition, a required review shall be conducted 6 months from the date of final approval at a public hearing before the City Council. And then the final condition is the owner-operator shall be responsible for communicating upcoming events and their details to include the name of the event, a limited description, hours of operation, types of event, i.e. social, trade show, convention, music event, or corporate event, build up and breakdown dates and times, associated event, road closures, and estimated number of attendees. The applicant owner shall establish and maintain a website and they need to provide that website address to the city, in which businesses and residents will be able to view this information. With that first condition that we added, I do need to amend the condition 1 of the SUP to read as follows. Approval of the special use permit allows no limit on the number of vendors, no limit on hours allowed for each vendor to occupy the site, and no limit to the square footage occupied by each vendor. And I will eliminate the rest of that sentence that read previously, and no limit on hours of operation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments, questions here? No? Back to you.
I just want to hear if you're amenable to those conditions.
Yeah, I'm good with those conditions.
Okay, we just want to make sure people are happy, they know the awesome things that you're putting on
Absolutely.
in the market, and also anything that may come to the Ferguson so that we can all check it out.
Yeah,
And
well-
be supportive.
Okay, perfect. And then just as for anyone, we also, the three of us that are here today live on the property as well, so completely understand the need of the love-life balance of a downtown community, so we're definitely happy to abide.
Yes, Councilman Creer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilwoman Diaz and via Madam Mayor. I just wanted to commend you as well on the work that you're doing at downtown there. Once the street gets done, it's going to make a world difference as well. I know our team is working diligently on it. Councilman Knutson and I were just at Mothership this past weekend hosting someone from Washington, D.C., from what's called the National League of Cities, for talk about infrastructure and transportation, and we held it there. And so, you know, we've been to the restaurants and been around. It's cool, and it was packed. It was busy, nice flow of people. It was a beautiful day. And it was exactly what I'm sure you envisioned of Ferguson being was on that Sunday there. And my wife and I have gone back and had dinner there, and so it's cool.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman.
All right, well, with that, I will move to approve Agenda Item 89 with the conditions Mr. Summerfield read into the record.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve number 89. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. And on number 90, please.
Do I also move to approve with the conditions on this one, Mr. Summerfield?
Madam Mayor, through you, no, Councilwoman, there's no amended conditions on this one, just on the
Let's
SUP.
just move to approve. Okay. So I
Councilwoman
move-
Diaz,
Yes.
if I ask just one point of clarity, it's actually on the previous item. So with the times, are those corresponding times with the restaurants at Ferguson as well with the food trucks? Are they go to 10 and then 12 p.m.? I mean 12 a.m.?
We would have to ask the applicant what the hours of operation for the brick and mortar. These are the hours of operation that the councilwoman has been working with other requests for open air vending in the area. And so to be consistent across those, these are the conditions that are being proposed for the open air portion of any operation.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And I move to approve Agenda Item 90.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve Agenda Item 90. Please vote and please post. That motion carries.
Thank you. Have a great
Keep up
day.
the good work.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to recess for 30 minutes, please, and we will be back and then hear agenda, the reports and presentations. Thank you. Okay, we have returned, and so now we're going to have reports and presentations. So we will start with our city manager. And so I have to read this in. Reports and presentations are on 93 from Scott D. Adams, city manager, on emerging issues in reference to all wards.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
Mayor, members of City Council, Scott Adams, City Manager. I just have a few brief updates to provide under my emerging issues report. First, I wanted to follow on our press release on the efforts that we're making at Cashman. I didn't want the public to think that in any way that this project was dead. We had been negotiating in earnest with all the parties to reach agreement on a proposal that we were going to bring to council. We really negotiated all the points, and then at the 11th hour, there was an issue among the partnership, the private partnership, about who responsibilities within that partnership. We believe that will get resolved here shortly, and the communications that we've had with the partnership, such that we believe that we could bring a proposal to council as early as 30 days. That might be the earliest, but I'm optimistic that we'll be able to put that back together with this new newly constituted partnership, and we'll bring it to council for approval so that we can move on beyond there to the MLS and make application for a franchise. So I wanted to make that really clear to the public. My next reminder is, and I'll be touching more on it in the next agenda item, is that your workshop to set priorities is a week from today over at the Las Vegas Valley Water District building at Valley View in Charleston. It will run from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. And as I said, I'll be talking about that here in a minute. And then finally, we've set March 11th at 9 a.m. as a date at the county building for a joint meeting of the Las Vegas City Council and the Clark County Board of Commissioners. So at the meeting at this point, tentatively would focus on the medical district, and we're, as I indicated previously, still working all the details of the agenda and posting and all that out, but as that progresses, I'll be briefing you on that as well. So that's the end of my emerging issues report.
Okay, any comments, questions? Would you ask staff to make sure to send us an email letting us know where we park at both of those meetings, how to access the parking both at the Water District and at the county building, where they want us to park?
Sure.
Because parking on the RTC meeting days when we use the commission chambers is a nightmare. Because all their staff parks there.
Duly noted. We'll do so.
Thank you. Okay, and so now we'll move on to agenda. Thank you, Mr. Adams. 94, again, there you are. Report from Scott D. Adams, City Manager, regarding update on the City Council priorities from 2013 to present. Overview of the upcoming City Council workshop.
Okay, Scott Adams again, City Manager. What I wanted to do is give you a very brief overview of the upcoming workshop, really kind of walk you through a number of things in preparation for that workshop. First, I wanted to talk a little bit about the priorities that this body has approved in the past, embraced, those that were embraced in 2013 that came out of our City by Design process. The priorities that came out of the effort about 2.5 years ago, 2017. Talk about other major accomplishments that tie back to that. I'm going to touch on the 2017 citizen survey highlights, and then close with expectations of the February 26th workshop. First, back in 2013, we did a lot of high-level visioning and planning. We did a downtown master plan, a medical district plan, a lot of transportation planning, a whole host of things. And in that process, the City Council set 4 major priorities: economic diversification and opportunities, education, public safety, and at that time, if you remember, those that were there in the workshop, it really focused on more cops, but more cops got resolved, so it morphed into homelessness. Homelessness has been growing as an issue, so from a public safety standpoint, that became the primary prong under public safety at that time. And then transportation was also another big issue as well. So those are the 4 priorities that the City Council established in 2013. So fast forward, you go 4 years later, you had another workshop, and that workshop was a result of a iterative process where we started with staff, went through some stakeholders, and ended up at City Council. And you established 6 priorities at that point, that being public safety, to become the safest high-profile city in America, the iconic Las Vegas, to create iconic spaces, and I would add buildings for residents, visitors, and businesses, workforce development, to prepare the city's workforce for the future, smart city, become the city of choice to develop smart city applications, at-risk populations, develop strategic partnerships to address critical issues among at-risk populations, and then finally, neighborhood preservation, maintain the highest quality of life. You were very clear at this workshop that public safety was your #1 priority. And so that has been placed at the top and has been something that we've been emphasizing ever since. So let's just talk about those 6 priorities and what's been done since that 17 workshop. In public safety, we've expanded our cost recovery through Medicaid reimbursement, which has allowed us to further expand fire services. We made a significant commitment every year in the budget process to public safety, with our current budget dedicating 71% of the city budget to improving public safety. We've completed a 3rd phase of a 3-phase expansion of the city marshals. So we're through that, we're into academies and bringing all those marshals online. And then finally, our construction remains on schedule for the completion of a new municipal courthouse. So when you look at it at a very high level, these are some of the high-level accomplishments that we've accomplished since then in public safety. Moving to iconic Las Vegas.
Excuse me, if you would, Mr. Adams,
Yes.
Councilman Anthony.
Yes.
I think we should add one more, and we really concentrated on making sure Metro was funded, because they were down 600
Yes.
officers at one point. We're back up to 2 officers per 1,000, so I just want people to understand that we committed to making sure Metro was continually funded to get back up to 2 officers per 1,000.
Right.
So
And
that might be a bullet that you want to specifically add, because Metro's a big part of our budget, and we really worked hard to make
It is, and I think that second bullet there, the fact that we've maintained a 71% of our budget commitment to public safety embraces Metro as part of that 71%. So that hasn't been easy. I'll touch on that in a minute, where in spite of some of the economic challenges with our budget, we've been able to maintain that commitment to Metro and to public safety.
And we do, if I might add to that, we do remain at a 60-40 split with the budget for Metro with the county, correct?
That's correct. There's a formula that determines that split, and it's approximately 60-40. Iconic Las Vegas, I touched just briefly on the fact that we are continuing to work on transforming Cashman into a centerpiece for Major League Soccer. We've been working on Project Enchilada, that's been under construction. The Expo Center at World Market Center is well under construction, will be complete later this year. We've completed 2 new parking garages.
Could I trouble you on that one? Just noticing that the tents are on their way down.
Yes.
They're being disassembled. So what is going to be there? Is that parking facilities?
Yeah, if you remember their original master plan for the Expo Center, The tents would go away, and there would be a very large surface parking lot to support the events at the Expo Center. Now, what's beyond that surface parking lot, we've not been able to get any indication from World Market Center Blackstone about what their plans are beyond surface parking, but that is going to be the end game after those tents come down. There'll be a very large surface parking lot.
And a question to that, because rumor came to me that that area, that tented area, is zoned for gaming. And I inquired of staff, but I don't want to.
It's not zoned for gaming, but it could be. Now, I'm going to have to qualify this. I had done some work on this a few years back when we were working with Finley Cordish, and that at that time, it fell outside of any of the radiuses that would prohibit non-restricted gaming. So at that time, it looked like that site could be entitled for non-restricted gaming under the Nevada statutes. But I couldn't confirm that today. We could do that.
Can we find out and get
Sure.
clarification? Because this inquiry comes into the council, we need to know definitively, can that become a gaming site? I
Right.
thought it was only PQ.
Well, PQ is the only parcel in Symphony Park, the Symphony Park that we owned, that's been entitled and can be entitled for gaming. Outside of Symphony Park, the tent site is outside Symphony Park.
Okay, because I think that would help us if we could find
Sure.
out.
Yep,
Please.
I will.
Thank you.
We've opened our two new parking garages. We've started 2 major housing projects. I think it's 2 hotel towers are under construction. I thought we were going to have a third with Boyd, but I believe that project is not going to proceed. And then we worked with FSC on the reconstruction of their canopy in their mall. In the area of workforce development, we've continued our Strong Start Pre-K Academy programs in terms of their expansion. The Connect Home program has been
And I'm back
expanded.
again, sorry, I just think because there's a lot of publicity and marketing and media coverage about preschools, we've been into that game now. We're moving soon into our 4th year of preschool concentration here in the city. It's not new, we're expanding, and we are going with the mobile, and hopefully having more mobile. But we've been moving forward, because that's being picked up around the country, too. The leadership of the city of Las Vegas moving into concentration on preschool development. Thank you.
We are developing plans for Workforce Development and Training Center. I think initially starting with Ward 5, but we're looking at that as being something bigger for the entire, especially urban core area. We've held a number of job fairs tied to a number of major private developments. And then this priority wasn't just external, it was somewhat internal as well. We've looked hard internally at the city in terms of what our own internal workforce and training needs are. And that really is to be responsive to what is the silver tsunami, the fact that 30% of our workforce will be eligible to retire in the next 5 years. So we've been working hard on workforce development. Smart Vegas is probably one of those areas that we set and had no idea how big we would become in this area globally. We've created now a couple international innovation centers that have become very successful and bringing companies from outside the area into start up and experiment in smart city technologies. We've done successful testing on autonomous vehicle systems. We've increased the number of public-private partnerships to further smart city technologies. We've received recognition as one of the top 7 smart cities in America. And internally, we're not just looking at externally, we're becoming smarter as a city ourselves, in particular in our Development Services Center, as we've virtually moved everything to an electronic system. We're now with online permitting, and then we're in e-plans, electronic plan submittal across the board. So we're not only smart externally, but we're doing it for our own city systems. In at-risk populations, I think it would be fair to say a huge focus has been on homelessness. The issue of homelessness has not escaped us. It's one we've had to deal with. So we have construction continuing on our permanent courtyard. We submitted a bill in the legislature that's culminated in an AB 73 working group to address homeless regionally. We've increased our more homeless outreach teams. We've executed encampment cleanups, and we've implemented ordinances to address right-of-way management. And we're well underway on all those initiatives, all designed to address at-risk populations, in particular homelessness. And then finally, neighborhood preservation and quality of life. There's just a few highlighted things we've done. This 3rd Street Paseo is under construction downtown, which will create a whole new park for the emerging downtown neighborhood. The opening of several new parks in underserved areas. We continued and expanded our perimeter wall program, where we paint walls throughout residential areas throughout the city. We've established a team to implement the West Las Vegas 100 plan, and then we're using smart technology to enhance neighborhood safety through camera systems, sensors, and other technologies. Other major accomplishments are we balanced a difficult 20 budget this past year. We implemented a number of Team 2020 cost savings that totaled over $9 million. We've launched the Mayor's Fund for Las Vegas Life, which gives us stretch as a city. It allows the city to bring private sector funds into some of our priority initiatives. And the robust building economy has resulted in a 14% increase in the number of building permits being issued this year. And we've been able to do all this in spite of addressing and focusing on the council's priorities, which is balancing our fiscal obligations, our fiduciary responsibilities, with the need to be strategic and focus on priorities. I wanted to touch on, at the retreat, there will be a presentation of the findings of a citizen survey that was done looking at the vision forward, hearing from our citizens what they would like to see the city be going forward. But I wanted to touch on very briefly the survey we did back in 2017 that we used as a platform for that retreat, where our citizens told us that they have a positive perception of city services, that the residents in all areas of this city are satisfied with the overall quality of services provided by the city, and that the satisfaction with city services in Las Vegas is much higher than other large U.S. cities. In fact, it's 22% higher than the average of our peer group of major cities around the U.S. And they also told us the things that they would like to see us work on. They thought there were opportunities for improvement that would have the most positive impact on satisfaction, and those were homeless services, enforcing cleanup and removal of junk and debris on private property, the cleanliness of streets and other public areas, the visibility of police in neighborhoods, downtown parking access and information, and economic development and jobs. So back then, that's what our citizens told us were important, and I think you can see that in the accomplishments of the priorities over the last 3 years, we've addressed the things the citizens told us that were important to them that we needed to work on. So I highlight the past priorities, our progress on these past priorities, really as an indication that when you set priorities as a council, it then becomes our job as your staff to carry those out. And we have been doing that. We have been hearing when you say public safety is your #1 priority, we've made it the #1 priority in the budget. When you said homelessness was important, we've elevated and ratcheted that up, and so forth. So, in the retreat, here's kind of what you should think about. First, what is the vision of our future city 30 years from today? What do you think our city should be from a standpoint of very high-level priorities? Then what do you want your legacy to be as individuals and elected officials? Within the realm of what we could be, what is it you want to establish, individually and as a group? And then finally, identify the 3 to 6 priorities we need to get done in the next 3 to 5 years. In other words, what would be a significant first step in this next 3 to 5 years towards that 30-year 2050 vision? A successful outcome of the retreat is telling the community and your staff what are the 3 to 6 most important high-level things we can accomplish. What we'll do then, and I didn't have this on this slide, is once you've set those 3 to 6 high priorities, we're going to pull our leadership team together, tear into that, and start putting more detail on those priorities to develop a very high-level strategy for the city, and then we will bring that strategy back to you for your consideration, for revision, modification, and endorsement, and hopefully final approval. And then that becomes our roadmap collectively in moving us forward over the next few years. So with that, that is the end of my report. The next agenda item will be Robert talking about the 2050 plan that kind of dovetails nicely into the whole thought process of visioning.
Okay, I just want to make sure, do any council members have any questions for Mr. Adams? Okay, thank you very much. And now Mr. Summerfield, wonderful.
I think
Do you want to
Jeff's
read the
gonna ask
item,
you to
Mayor?
read the item.
Oh, of course. Report by Robert Summerfield, Director of Planning, regarding update on the City of Las Vegas 2050 Master Plan with regards to the findings from public outreach, draft actions on planning concepts, preliminary results, reference all wards.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council. With me today is Michael Johnson with the Smith Group. They are the consulting firm that we've engaged to assist staff and the community with this visioning exercise that is the 2050 Master Plan. Real quick, before we get into the meat of our presentation, the wonderful team in communications has worked very closely with my staff in particular. I want to thank Maria Jose Navarro, who kind of took the lead on creating this video that you're about to see. And thank you again to David and his team for all of their assistance.
Vision. It's what's made Las Vegas the world-class destination it is today. From our humble beginnings to the reinventing of our downtown, we are a city driven by ambitious determination and innovation. What the future holds is up to us, but we face some challenges. Resources like land and water are limited. We need to grow up and not out. How can our transportation system meet forecasted growth? What types of housing options can we offer these new residents? And are we ready to face a hotter and drier future? The 2050 Master Plan will meet these challenges head on. This plan is everyone's, our shared vision for the future. We're prioritizing what residents say they care about most. Our vision for Master Plan 2050 will be guided by these principles. We will be equitable, resilient, healthy, livable. We will be innovative. And finally, we will continually check our data, measuring every success and every idea so our city can remain adaptable to the growing and changing needs of the city, ensuring each action raises the bar for how we build community and improve the quality of life in 2050 for all city residents. This plan ensures our city continues to build community to make life better for many more decades to come.
So again, so that video is really meant to highlight what we're doing and what we've been working on. The team, including our city staff as well as our consultant team, have been working very closely with members of the community. We have a citizens advisory committee that's been a part of this process all along, working with not just city staff, but staff from the other agencies. We have a really good foundational plan here, and each of you should have received an executive summary. I would encourage you all, piggybacking on what Mr. Adams said of a moment ago, this could be a really handy reference tool on next Wednesday for the workshop as something to just kind of touch back on some of the things that you're going to hear today. So the accomplishments, this is again, we are standing on the shoulders of those that did this work before us. So the 2020 master plan, by most measures, would be considered a success. The last 20 years in the city of Las Vegas have been tremendous. In fact, if anything, we didn't know enough in the late 1990s and the early 2000s about what was going to happen in this valley in terms of the explosive growth and then the resiliency of our community after the recession. And so that plan has hit its life cycle. It's at the end. We've seen, as I said, tremendous change, population growth, demographic shifts, lots of changes in land use, as you see every meeting with the land use items that you talk about. Project Neon, we honored that this morning, one of the most significant infrastructure projects to occur in the city in decades. The economic challenges, still areas of our community that are still not recovered from the Great Recession in terms of jobs and property values. We've had a number of recent completed plans and resolutions, including the Downtown Master Plan, the Mobility Plan, and how do we bring all those efforts together? 2050 is going to look different than 2020. We anticipate that the city of Las Vegas's share of the estimated new population in the Las Vegas Valley is about 300,000 new people. We're at 600,000+ right now. So we're gonna go up by more than half of our existing population. That's gonna result in more than 100,000 new housing units being developed. We're going to need new and innovative open spaces to provide recreation and amenities for those folks. That's also going to mean much more commercial space than what we have right now. And again, it's going to look different than what we've seen in the past. The strip shopping centers, even the regional malls that we've seen in the past, those are already changing and going to continue to change as technology shifts and as people's shopping patterns change. This also means that in 2050, we anticipate, based on, as the councilman mentioned in the previous presentation, in order to maintain that ratio of 2 officers per 1,000 people, that's going to mean that the city of Las Vegas's share of the increase to Metro is going to be about 600 new officers. It means about 2,500 new teachers. It means potentially 30 new public schools, although whether that's all public schools or if that's some charter schools or some of the newer models, but again, still education facilities and opportunities of about 30 new schools. It's going to mean more staff. Again, we are very lucky here at the City of Las Vegas. We are very efficient with our staff. We have one of the lowest staff to population ratios around. However, with that increased population, we're going to need more public employees to accommodate that, and more of our own public safety employees to address it. Wait, one back, sorry. So with that, we've developed a framework for the master plan to create a clear vision for the future of Las Vegas, to provide strong direction and practical guidelines. Again, a vision is great, but we have to make sure that it's achievable and that it provides some practical ways of getting to that future development. Recommendations that, again, are implementation focused. And this effort, building on some of the things that we've done previously, really addresses community involvement and public participation in the process, not just a bunch of planners in a room and what have you, but really providing transparency with the community as we move forward. We have reached more than 5,000 individuals as a part of this process. You're going to hear more next Wednesday on the statistically significant survey. Jeremy's going to talk about that. But we've spoken with folks in every ward. We've spoken with folks at events and meetings throughout the community, some that we've hosted, many that were hosted by other groups that we were able to tag along with and hear from your constituents on what they think the top priorities of the city are, the things that we need to address to be that community that we want to be in 2050. And what we heard, these aren't going to be a surprise. You heard them in the video. They really kind of translate from the previous efforts that we've seen. Education remains a top priority of your citizens. Addressing crime and safety, homelessness, providing opportunities for open space and preservation of those amenities that the community enjoys today, and always keeping an eye on water availability and drought concerns. How are we going to do that? Well, we're going to be bold. We're going to be innovative. We're going to maintain our iconic status. We're going to be constantly working towards these things. We're going to be smart, and we're going to be accessible to everybody, and we're going to be collaborative. These are the words that shape the direction of this plan. This is the mission statement that our council, through your interviews with our team and with the consultants, believe encapsulates what it means to be the city of Las Vegas going forward to 2050. These are our values, these are our principles, these are what we aspire to be. We aspire to be equitable, resilient, healthy, livable, and innovative. How do we get there? Draft recommendations are what we're presenting today. We've done quite a bit of work in the community, and Smith Group is going to present, Michael's going to present what we believe are the appropriate recommendations for moving forward as we prepare the final draft of the master plan that will be going out for public review later this spring, and we hope and plan to bring before the Planning Commission and the City Council a plan that they can fully endorse and support for their adoption and consideration late spring or early summer of this year. With that, I'll turn it over to Michael.
Thank you, Robert, and excited to be in front of you all again and inspired by your leadership on these issues and staff's leadership as well. You know, in addition to you know, all of the kind of challenges and opportunities associated with an extreme opportunity to grow moving forward in the future, our team has been adamant to make sure that we're also planning for a hotter and drier future. And what that means is in the context of a resilient and an equitable, a healthy, a livable, and an innovative Las Vegas. And, you know, I think it's important that we talk very openly and frankly about, you know, the land use impacts of our water use, some of our most significant resilient challenges and opportunities moving forward. We are aware that, you know, as lot size increases, water use increases. And so this plan is really focused on, through connections with several just great thinkers here in the Valley at SNWA and other places, thinking about mid-rise opportunities to augment, you know, the already strong, you know, single-family opportunities that we already have in the Valley to provide variety and opportunity, but also because of its water use capacity. And so this is also in line with what we're seeing nationally and regionally with some of the trends going on as it relates to growing urban areas and growing job opportunities and planning for the influence of millennials and the mobility uses as well that are associated with that kind of medium use and medium intensity density to augment the kind of uses that we already have in the city. What we're not talking talking about is the Manhattanization of Las Vegas. We are talking about, quite frankly, an intentional, medium-density, mixed-use opportunities to augment the already strong neighborhoods that we have and reinforce corridors and some of the strong corridors that we already have and some of the strong neighborhoods that already exist across the city of Las Vegas. This is really focused on choice and opportunity as it relates to increased livability, walkability, and equitability as it relates to these options. And so we've developed a series of guiding kind of place types that relate to existing zoning codes and reinforce existing plans like the Downtown Master Plan and the Las Vegas Medical District Master Plan, where we provide opportunities for regional centers like we've seen downtown and at Summerlin and Centennial Hills. We see opportunities to increase mixed-use centers that really prioritize these mid-rise opportunities associated with a variety of transportation options. Could prioritize commercial retrofit, as was alluded to several times by Robert, and repurposing kind of underutilized shopping corridors. We also think that there's an opportunity to reinforce our corridors in a more meaningful way as it relates to increased walkability and the kind of linearity of open spaces in a way that adaptively infills and reinforces kind of corridors for the future as part of a resilient strategy. Typologies around reinforcing our neighborhoods and allowing the kind of integration of some uses adjacent to our neighborhoods and along corridors. And then as we think about space for those additional 300,000 residents in mixed residential neighborhoods, reinforcing our already strong kind of traditional neighborhoods, and even thinking about as it relates to retrofitting some of our subdivisions and new subdivisions moving forward. And of course, I think this is also important as we think about character and what it means to be uniquely Las Vegas. The aspect of rural preservation where appropriate and how that relates to the character that we want to see in our city moving forward. And so as that all kind of comes together in an existing land use pattern that you see today in the city, I think it's important to note that the land available today within the city boundaries is not as significant as it used to be. And so this is the land available in pink in the year 2020. This is what that graphic looked like when we were embarking on the 2020 master plan 20 years ago. And this is what the draft plan that we're proposing to move forward with looks like. And it's not, as you can see, it's very focused on applying these regional and mixed use and corridor mixed use typologies along key corridors, reinforcing some of our existing neighborhoods and stops, and also coordinating, I think with what it means to move around the city in the future as it relates to transportation and other mobilities. The final overlay that I want to just bring to your attention today is beginning to think about the city amongst a variety of planning areas that, again, reinforce some of that neighborhood character. And I think, we think as the team, gets us in a mode that begins to think about implementation that cuts across departments in these kind of geographical areas as well across the city. And emphasizing that each of these planning areas will, of course, do all of the things that we've promised, the things that Mr. Adams alluded to.
Councilman Anthony, question, please.
Just go back one to the map.
Absolutely, yeah.
Maybe I missed this, but what's the thing at the top, the new wave, what? What is that?
The terminology is it's a Paiute term. But
is that what it is? Okay.
Mr. Councilman, so that is, it's Nuwab Kayev, I'm mispronouncing, I'm massacring it, but it's Paiute for Snow Mountain. So it's because this is the area immediately adjacent to the reservation, paying respect to the reservation as well as the Paiute tradition in that area, and this is the area of Snow Mountain.
So that's City of Las Vegas land?
But that is jurisdiction City of Las Vegas land, yes.
That's what I didn't understand, thanks.
Thank you for the comment. These are the kinds of things that we, none of these names are set in stone either, right? So this is why we bring draft plans in front of you all. As I was saying, each of these planning areas, I think, reinforce the things that we've talked about, right? Conserving water, preserving historic buildings, emphasizing affordability and options for different types of housing, serving our residents with the city services that they already have come to depend on, additional parks and community centers, schools, jobs and employment opportunities, provide safety, continued safety for our residents, both in resilient terms and others, and continue to reinforce multimodal connectivity and food access as it relates to the uniqueness of the kind of place that we envision in the future. This is an example. Of course, the full document goes into detail in each of those planning areas, but this is zooming in just for an example for you all today into East Las Vegas, to kind of reinforce what we're talking about as it relates to opportunities along Nellis, opportunities along Charleston, opportunities along Bonanza, that the team feels like should be highest priority discussions for these kinds of adaptive reuse to reinforce several of our existing neighborhoods, and being able then to measure our success as we go along, not only at the city scale, but at the neighborhood scale as it relates to water use and park access, commute time, and job access as well. The last two slides here, I think it's important that we, kind of look back to look forward. We've presented, the vision and worked through guiding principles with you. The document that you have in front of you begins to lay out goals and some of the metrics that we've talked about. And as we move towards June and July, we're really going to have intentional conversation around how do we measure success and how do we ensure, coordination to implement several of these key priorities as it relates to the key value proposition. And then, leaving you with an image here, this is Charleston and Decatur today. There's been a lot of discussion around what the future of Charleston could be if we're able to, imagine a future that has a more intensified transit opportunity and kind of relates to a lot of the place type typologies and goals and metrics that we discussed. Could it look like something like this in the future? And could we apply similar typologies to make sure that several of our corridors across the city, receive this same kind of treatment as well?
So with that, Madam Mayor and members of the council, that's our presentation for today. Obviously, your staff team is available anytime. We do have the consultants in, I believe, through tomorrow. If you have any specific questions about anything that was presented today or what you saw in the thing, the important thing to take note is we're not, those numbers, some of them seem big. That's just the city's share of what the region anticipates to grow. This is not, that's not pie in the sky numbers. Those are what we really expect as a community that is available and what the city's share of that future development could and is likely to look like. And so we have to plan today in order to achieve those results. And so that's why you see some of those different options. The plan really concentrates on our corridors because that's where we have the greatest opportunity for change. We do not, in this planning effort, want to disrupt our stable neighborhoods. We want to maintain those while providing those opportunities to continue to grow. With that, we'll take any questions.
Thank you.
Additionally, I apologize, ma'am. I did want to thank Mr. Patero. He is a member of our Citizens Advisory Committee. He's actually stayed through this whole presentation. He's available as well, I think, if you want to hear from him on some thoughts that he's had as a part of our Citizen Advisory Group and some of his colleagues that participated in that process.
Wonderful.
Thank you, ma'am.
Comments, questions? I see Councilman Knutson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say I appreciate the amount of work that goes into a planning process like this, and Mr. Adams from the strategic planning process. I know how much staff time it takes to develop an agenda, and so I'm grateful for that. A couple of questions that I had are requests, and I don't think they're perfect requests. I'm putting it out there to see if there's an opportunity to think through it at next week's session. One is the alignment to the city council priorities to the 2050 master plan. There's obviously a lot of overlap and engagement, so I'm curious about how they align, just from a theoretical perspective, I suppose. The second piece is our alignment of not only our council priorities, our master plan, but any other planning documents that we have, how they align with, say, the RTC or the county or the Metropolitan Police Department, because I would find it interesting from our perspective to see how we differ, or how we align, because if we're obviously advocating for more officers, but that's not what Metro or the county are talking about, then there's a breakdown in communication there. So those things I'm interested in. I'm also, a request would be at some point, I think this is the more complicated one, is aligning our funding decisions or our council agendas around those city council priorities or the 2050 master plan, so that we know when we deviate, or we know that we're on track given the decisions that are made at council meetings. Those are all tough requests, and I don't think there's an answer for all of them, but I'm curious about the thought process.
So real quick, a couple of those items I can answer here today. Others we may need to do a future response. So the master planning process should, and I believe it does, align very closely with the city council priorities. As Mr. Adams presented, the priorities get revisited every few years, and ideally the master plan and those priorities connect. Where we see gaps, that's where we need to take a hard look at if the priorities of the community have shifted since the last time that was addressed under the master plan. Maybe that's an opportunity to go and revisit the master plan and see if the assumptions that underlie that master planning goal objective, are they still relevant, and do we need to make some changes? So ideally, these things all align and are layered. Your strategic priorities are really the short-term planning efforts that hopefully drive towards this long-term vision that the community has put forth, and obviously the council would adopt if it meets those requirements. You asked about a couple things that I think that are going to be more implementation items. So one of the things that you mentioned there was alignment of capital spending to priorities and to the master plan. I think that's one of the conversations that we need to happen once the plan is adopted, in terms of how we document that alignment. I think there's significant alignment between the money that we do spend on those infrastructure improvements and what have you, and the goals of the 2020 master plan, but how can we make that more transparent going forward? Finally, you're absolutely correct. There are gaps in some of our existing documents to the master plan, as those plans have evolved over the last 20 years. And so one of the things that we will be doing as an implementation item of the master plan, once it is adopted and we know that direction, we will be taking a hard look at every plan that we have, both in the planning department and working with my colleagues, the rest of the directors for the city, at their individual plans that they have in their departments, and see where there's alignment and see where there's deviation, and making the adjustments to those plans so that we have alignment and we're working closer to one city, one voice as we move forward.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I think we're looking forward to next week and the future reports. I want to make sure, though, that you do concentrate specifically on how we get from here to there, but just not a jump.
Right.
That in fact incrementally
Yes.
we're servicing, and the measurements that we can look to, because with technology going haywire, we have no idea. We could be 5 years out and have to redo
Right.
what we're doing.
Right, and I apologize, Mayor, through you, Councilman, so I'm sorry, you did ask for alignment to other regional things. So again, our base work is taking in as a collaborative approach with the other agencies, so the Water District, with Metro on maintaining the ratio of their preferred officers to population estimates, CCSD with the number of teachers that they believe they need per population count, as well as this is very closely in line with the Southern Nevada Regional Plan that was adopted by this body, as well as the other jurisdictions here in Southern Nevada, and some of the other regional planning efforts that are out there.
And as you look to the future legislatively, what keeps coming back through my brain is that we're responsible for the 150 acres, 150,000 acres, or 155, 1,000 acres of the city. We're not responsible for other entities. They are, in fact, responsible for their entity. But I look to where are we going, if anywhere, with home rule, and how we fit in legislatively as we go forward. So that piece has to fit somehow, because that's the ruling governmental authority.
So we were having just that conversation yesterday in some of our discussions. There will be implementation items that will come out of here that in order to achieve the goal, there's going to be legislation that will need to be handled, either exactly what you're talking about at the legislature to provide the city more opportunity for home rule on certain things, knowing there's certain things that the legislature will maintain their, priority or their primacy on. But yes, there will absolutely be a list of things that will likely come out of this that will be identified as items for legislative action versus things that the city can just do on its own to make that future a reality.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Was there anything in particular? We appreciate your involvement in this and the time you've spent and with everyone else. So if you would repeat your name for the record and any comment you wish to make.
Madam Mayor, members of council, Ron Portero, 3425 Cliff Shadows Parkway, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89129. I was very fortunate to have served on the 2020 Master Plan Citizens Advisory Committee 20 years ago under the leadership of your husband, Madam Mayor. And I'd like to think that although the life cycle of that has maybe come to an end, I'm still around and my life cycle is going to go forward with this one. So it's been a pleasure to serve you. I would like to at least comment on the effort of your staff with Mr. Summerfield's leadership and his team, and of course with the Smith Group. It's been monumental. I've attended many meetings. I had an opportunity in 2004, I think, with Councilman Knutson. We did the strategic planning process. I was able to facilitate that, and it's carried forward to today. The effort has been tremendous. You have some very great professionals working on your behalf in conjunction with the Smith Group, and it's been my pleasure to serve, and I look forward to serving going forward for the 2050 Master Plan. One last thing, they need your support. This is going to be a top-driven, as it should be, commitment of the council to support what's going on, and I wish you the best at your workshop next week, and I look forward to what we're going to come up with for 2050. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for all you've done. How lucky you started 20 years ago, because that was Oscar's time, and he loved it and could see so far ahead.
Yes.
And unfortunately, the recession just really, the money was falling from the sky between 99 and 2004-05, and then all of a sudden, wow. So, but we're back in the saddle, so we appreciate everything you're doing, and it's wonderful that you have another 30 years.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Great.
Council.
Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you all. Okay, so there is no action there. I think we're at a point of instructing the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous building nuisance litter abatements.
Thank you very much. We will do.
Thank you. And then I think we have another, yes, our final public citizen participation, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council, no subject being acted upon by the City Council, unless the subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. This is your opportunity to address the council, but council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Daniel Brasted, Las Vegas. Some items that you might want to add to the future is education for residents about business. We have a leadership Henderson, we have a leadership Las Vegas. I think we need a leadership ward 1, 2, 3, and 4. Each ward should consider having leadership training. Priority is to have a good response for when people submit suggestions. They're dying. They're not getting responses, so on your meeting next week, you might want to look into a way of doing it. If we're asking for something that costs money, then come back to us and say, okay, if you want that information, then send $50 to the city clerk. But items are being ignored. I'd like to see the sidewalk from Sahara to Stewart on Las Vegas Boulevard super clean, especially the 1400 block. You've got empty lots there with chain link fences that are all dirty. Homeless. The situation on the homeless, what I don't hear is we're not talking about the deadbeat dads. I think, Mayor, when you get with your next council of mayors, is go to the NFL, all these pro sports, Life is Beautiful, Electric, whatever, and we come up with a way of identifying these deadbeat dads that aren't paying their fair share. A deadbeat dad is someone that has money and they aren't paying their child support. It's not somebody that's down on their luck, but with ID tracking and LifeLock, we should be able to catch these people and deal with them. Homeless, sometime take a moment and go over to the county building and look at the cafeteria there on the west end of the building. They have multiple entrances there, and it sits idle at night, and we have people sleeping on the curb. They have a computer lab, they have classes, they have a fitness center, and they have a cafeteria that we could ask a faith-based group to run at night. The doors are there, the openings, so consider that. Education. This city is not taking advantage of the conventions that come to town. If you ever went to a World's Fair, they have conventions, they're open from 8 in the morning till about 10 o'clock at night. We should have some of these big conventions, ask them to be open at night so that some of you could attend. And we do need a Chamber of Commerce for the city of Las Vegas. One that deals focused just on commerce, nothing legislative, nothing life insurance or citizen, just commerce that gets the businesses in Las Vegas to get them to go to take advantage of our conventions either as an exhibitor or walk around. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, my name is Stephen, Captain Truth Dempsey.
Could I trouble you to take off your hat, sir?
Why not?
Thank you.
We Are Change Las Vegas is one of my groups. I'll give you an update on that. Somebody told me we couldn't do anything, so we had some of the survivors and family members of the people that were murdered in 9/11 meet with Trump. He was familiar with some of the videos that we have on the website. It's been 18 years, over 3,000 people were murdered. It's about time we figured out what happened. But we've never had an investigation, so how would we know? It's kind of similar to Mandalay Bay at this point. That's not what I wanted to talk about today. I wanted to talk about the statement that Donald Trump said that United States of America would never become a socialist nation. Well, I got the feeling that Donald doesn't understand that our school system has been teaching young kids that socialism is the preferable form of government. I heard a lady from a think group that was on the talk radio the other day, and she explained that oppressive regimes and dictators love socialism because of absolute control. But I was thinking, we have 3 branches of government, but we have so much corruption in them, we have absolute control. As an example of that is our water system. I saw on a bus, water wasters, we have a fine for you. That's right. The county or the city or somebody, a governmental entity is in the water business, and they'll sell you water. But don't think that you can do what you want with it, because they'll tell you what to do with it, and if you do something wrong with it, they'll fine you. Now, is that absolute control? I think we need to take a look at that. The water, they couldn't let private industry do it because the private industry might make it poison. Oh, that's right. They do put fluoride in it, a poisonous, toxic, carcinogenic substance that some have described as a bioweapon, race-specific bioweapon, Mr. Creer. It's targeted to blacks. It's 10 times more harmful for you than it is for white people. The truth of that just came out. It's not hard to find. I'd love to see a presentation like that. I think that would be one of the considerations that I would have for a workshop. If Las Vegas can stop fluoridation, they'll replace Tampa, Florida, as the largest city in our country to stop fluoridation. It's almost totally extinct in Europe because I don't want to kill people. Your bones fall apart. If you aren't doing iodine, when you get 55 or 60, your bones start falling apart, and you don't last too long when your bones start falling apart. But I'm sure staff can do a investigation onto that. I hope in the days ahead we're going to see fluoridation stopped in Las Vegas.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I'll close the public comment. We'll move on to agenda item 98, which is council member participation. Recognition, comments made by individual council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless the subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. I know there are members of city council, so I don't have to ask, and last time we started there. We'll start with you, Councilman Creer.
Awesome. Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I just want to take a quick moment to thank all of the city team and the community services team and the special events team and everybody for all their hard work that went into our Love on Jackson Avenue block party this past Saturday. It was a tremendous success. It was the first step, hopefully of many, where the community came out and our team was exemplary. Our fire safety team was out, our marshals, just everybody. And I just want to give a very sincere, heartfelt thank you on behalf of myself, as well as for every single one in the community for hosting and their hard work. So we'll continue with the Historic West Side Planning Workshop. The Department of Planning will be doing public outreach in Historic West Side to get feedback on the new development standards and zonings proposed for the neighborhood. This initiative is to support the implementation of the 100 Plan. The community is invited to attend. The following public meetings take place at the Historic West Side School on Thursday, February 27th, 6 p.m., and Thursday, March 26th at 6 p.m. For more information, reach out to our planning team, 702-229-6301, or email planningLR@lasvegasnevada.gov. Our Ward 5 Community Conversations at Tenay Creek, scheduled for February the 27th, is canceled for the mere fact that I will be at the planning workshop on the same evening. The next scheduled community conversation is Thursday, March 26th. Black History Month is coming to a close. I'd still like to take a time to recognize the Parks and Recreation Department for their involvement in this year's Black History events. They did an outstanding job planning events citywide for people of all ages, and I look forward to working with staff for planning events for Black History 2021. And don't forget, you can always get in touch with us on social media, Twitter at Cedric Creer, Instagram Councilman Creer, Facebook Councilman Cedric Creer. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Knutson.
Thank you, Mayor. So I am excited about the next Brews with Brian, which will be on Thursday, February 27th at 8:30 a.m. at Cinnamon's on West Washington Avenue. It's my favorite way to get to know what's important to the residents of Ward 1. My distinct pleasure to recognize the Pediatric Intensive Care Unit of the Children's Hospital at UMC as Citizen of the Month at our next City Council meeting. I'm really excited about that one. And then in mid-March, homes across the country will begin receiving invitations to complete the 2020 census. Once the invitation arrives, you should respond to your home in one of three ways: online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone counts. Make sure everyone is counted. It's important for Nevada. And I am following suit with my fellow council members and reminding everyone to follow me on Facebook at Councilman Brian Knutson and on Twitter at Brian4LV.
Great. Okay, Councilman Anthony. Taking the men first.
Thank you, Mayor. Go ahead and put the, you guys got that flyer?
See, they
I
can't
think I
keep up
saw
with
it.
what
There
I'm
you
doing
go.
here.
Well, this is a big deal. We're opening up a brand-new park up in Ward 4. It is the complete west end of Ward 4 by Cliff Shadows and Gilmore. This is going to be an absolutely fabulous park. It is right up against the mountain. You can't go any farther west. So we're going to have an official grand opening Saturday, February 29th at 2 p.m. I would love to have everybody up here, especially the mayor. show up and greet all our residents and let them know we're thinking about them by building this park. We're going to have ribbon cutting and speeches, and we're going to have some Greek food, and we'll show all the amenities. The city, our city employees have been working very hard to make this one of our fabulous parks in Ward 4 in the city of Las Vegas. Tregono Hills Park grand opening, February 29th at 2 p.m. And that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Well, and you know what you've done, don't you, Councilman? This is leap year. So now they're going to have their 10th anniversary. What are you going to do about that?
That's a good question. I never even noticed that. Okay, I guess I won't be here for that, so somebody else can figure that out.
Okay, let's go on down to the end. Councilwoman Diaz, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I want to take a moment of privilege to wish my junior councilman from Ward 3, my son, Javier. He will be 9 years old tomorrow.
Wow.
So feliz cumpleaños, hijo, te quiero mucho. It was 9 years ago that I was serving in my very first legislative session, and I delivered 3 weeks into that legislative session up in Carson City. So his middle name is Carson. So feliz cumpleaños, Javier Carson. And now moving on to the announcements. I want to just let everyone know that if you have gently used formal attire that you've used for galas or special events, to please consider donating. I know that some of us don't like to use those more than a couple of times, and I know there are many high school students in need of prom attire. So I encourage you to donate your awesome gala wardrobes to the Las Vegas Prom Closet, who is currently accepting donations, and you can drop them off at Project 150 off of 3600 North Rancho Drive. And so the deadline is the end of this month to receive those donations, to get them in the hands of our youth that need them and want to have a good time at their prom. Next, I'd like to invite you, we're very excited. I know the mayor and some of our council members will be there tomorrow to open the newest happening eatery spot in right there on Maryland and Charleston by the Huntridge. So come on down. It's tomorrow, 4:30 p.m. to 7:30. It's 1120 East Charleston Boulevard. So it's right there on Charleston and Maryland, and I've driven past it. They're already serving the famous Bobbies at Capriati's or your favorite tacos at Roberto's Tacos. So if you haven't been by, I highly encourage you guys to check them out. It looks amazing. Also encouraging folks to know that we have lots of arts happening in Ward 3. We have the Finest Hour, which is celebrating the 75th anniversary of the music that ended World War II. Featuring performances by Deanna and the Vagabonds and Hot Club of Cowtown. This is Thursday, February 20th at 7 p.m. at the historic 5th Street School. There are tickets on sale. You may get the tickets at artslasvegas.org or call at 702-229-ARTS. And we also have an amazing African American heritage exhibition here in the City Hall Chamber Gallery on the second floor, and it starts on February 27th through May 21st. So come on down and check out the artwork of George Emil Wilson. And my last second to last, there's going to be a citizenship forum, Foro de Ciudadanía. It's to help folks become a citizen and earn the privilege of voting and being able to acquire a U.S. passport and all of those great things. And you just need to show up on Saturday, February 29th, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the East Las Vegas Community Center off of 250 Northeastern Avenue. And for those of you that are longtime residents, it's a perfect opportunity for you to look into that option for yourself and your families. And I also want to welcome everyone to come and join us to the grand opening of the expansion of the village and Sands Cares. It's repurposed container housing that Share Village Las Vegas, and we just honored Arnie Stock at our last city council meeting, so he's expanding the work that he's doing there. This is on March 2nd, 2020, from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m., and the ribbon cutting will take place on 50 North 21st Street. So I hope that some of you can come out and support Arnie's good work. And last, just if you haven't followed me, go ahead and follow me, Olivia Diaz LV, Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter.
Thank you. Councilwoman Seaman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We are having our monthly breakfast buzz Saturday, March 7th at Rachel's Kitchen, and that's in the village. So please join us. We provide breakfast and we just sit around and break bread together. So it's a wonderful event. And then those of you who still haven't applied for your utility tax sewer rebate, you can reach out to your council person, or you can email my office at ward2@lasvegasnevada.gov, and we'll be sure to tell you where you can apply for that sewer rebate. If you haven't reached out to us yet for our Small Business Sundays, we would like to feature your business. So please, again, reach out to my office at ward2@lasvegasnevada.gov. And what we do is we'll come out and film your business and put it all over our social media. This is our Small Business Sundays, and it's become very popular, and we don't want you to miss out. Now, we have a few pets available for adoption at our Animal Foundation. We have Miles, a neutered male, 3 years old, 9.6 pounds, who's waiting for a good family. And then we have beautiful Dawn, who's a 1-year-old female, 43 pounds. And then we have Chief. He's a 3-year-old male, and he's 69 pounds. We also have Cupcake, who's a spayed female cat at 4 years old. So please, if you're looking to adopt an animal, contact our adoption department at adoptions@animalfoundation.com. These animals are waiting for a good home to become a family. So thank you so much, Madam Mayor. That's all I have.
Thank you. And last, well, almost last but not least, our wonderful Mayor Pro Tem. Have at it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, your second son, Ross, shares a birthday with several of our friends, like Andy Aboud's birthday's today.
Oh, you're kidding. I didn't know that. Happy
Judge,
birthday,
yeah.
Andy.
Happy birthday, Andy. Judge Eric Johnson.
Happy birthday, Your Honor.
We have our sports radio personality, Jonathan Scott.
Oh, and Jonathan Scott. Wow, awesome.
Yeah.
I hope you're young and nice and young.
Yes, and then, but I also just have to give a shout out to Chance Bonaventura, because he will be 13 this week. I'm only kidding. Chance actually will be 24. I know he still looks 12.
Oh, my heart can't take
But
that.
yeah,
right.
but yeah, and then in our EUD department, Brandy's also having a birthday this week too.
Wonderful.
Yeah, so happy birthday, you guys. Just had to share that. Tomorrow, Thursday, February 22nd, we have our Go Knights Go. The game starts at 7
That's on
p.m.
Saturday. It's my daughter's birthday.
February 22nd, it's Saturday. Chance Bonaventura, happy birthday, and you're fired. Yes, okay, well, there we go. Then we are going to do the Meet with Michelle on February 28th at Eggworks, so come have some coffee with me and some breakfast, and we'll talk about what's going on in our neighborhood. I have to tell you, that's always quite successful. We are going to do a document shredding event Saturday, March 7th from 10 to noon, and I have to tell you, every time I always have boxes. We do this a few times a year, and it just piles up.
It is amazing.
Yep. So come and join us over at Centennial Hills Community Center. Bring your shredding from your garage or wherever you have it, and let's get that shredded so your important documents are not just thrown in the trash. We have found one of our missing young teens, Jeremiah. His nickname was Keenan. Remember I asked, where is he? We found him. Now we are looking for Australia Alvarez. She's only 12, and she was last seen in the area of Fort Apache and Blue Diamond. So please, if you've seen this 12-year-old little girl, she's only 5 feet, 100 pounds, black eyes, brown hair, she's Hispanic. So please call Metro at 702-828-3111 or Nevada Child Seekers at 702-458-7009. We are also going to talk about our Corridor of Hope homeless success story. We have Cherie White, a family of 4. Ms. White, her mother, and 2 children moved to Las Vegas from Washington State due to the weather and difficulty caring for her family of 4. Ms. White stated it was difficult to care for her 2 sons who were disabled, but she was trying her hardest to find shelter and housing. Mrs. White and her mother decided to move their family to Las Vegas in September of 2019 in hopes of finding housing and a better quality of life. However, when they arrived, it was more difficult to find housing than they had expected. Ms. White and her mother stated they were able to apply for affordable housing with Nevada Hands. However, they had to go through a process, not knowing how long it would take to be approved. In the meantime, Ms. White and her family lived in their van on Lake Mead Boulevard to stay nearby shelters and homeless services. Ms. White stated that it was difficult to transport her children to school and back to where they usually parked their van. Mrs. White stated that at night it was cold and uncomfortable for all 4 to live in their van. Therefore, they went to check into one of the nearby shelters. Unfortunately, Ms. White stated there wasn't enough space available in the shelter for all of her family. She was referred to seek resources at our courtyard. The next day, the Project Homeless Connect and Mrs. White was informed of the event and various resources provided at the event. At Project Homeless Connect, she sought out the Courtyard Homeless Resource Center table and housing opportunities. Ms. White completed an intake by the Courtyard case managers and discussed a case plan at the PHC. After reviewing the family's case plan and understanding that Ms. White needed assistance with shelter for her children who are disabled and needed stability to keep her children in school, Ms. White, her mother, and her 2 children were approved to be temporarily housed by the City of Las Vegas Courtyard. The application process for affordable housing through Nevada Hands took about 2 months before their property manager contacted Mrs. White family, and they were approved for an affordable housing unit. Currently, Ms. White, her mother, and her 2 children are permanently housed in their own apartment unit. The family is very appreciative for all the assistance they have received from the City of Las Vegas Courtyard Homeless Resource Center. Thank you so much, Kathy, Gibson, Jocelyn, and all the folks that were here this morning.
Thank you. Well, the good news that I have is Ryan Newman, who was injured in that Daytona 500, has been released from the hospital. And so we're really thrilled because this weekend he will not be racing, but out at NASCAR at the Motor Speedway, we have the Pennzoil 400, we have the Boyd 300, and the Strat, brand new. 200 race, so come on out. Everything's online, and the final races will be Sunday the 23rd. This weekend, of course, too, Councilman Anthony forgot to announce it. This is the end and the culminating games in our soccer, which is youth soccer, the Mayor's Cup, which will house the girls this weekend, all weekend long, and we'll be giving awards. Hopefully, Councilman will be back there again. It's co-hosted by City of Las Vegas and the Downtown Soccer Club. Last weekend, we both gave out awards out at Betty Wilson Park. The weather was perfect. We had teams from 26 foreign countries, and they were absolutely stupendous, and our city teams did just beautifully. Our next city council meeting will be Wednesday, the 4th of March. We hope you'll be here, and once again, as always, we thank our marshals, we thank our city staff, our technology, our city clerk and the staff, our PIO, public information, and everybody that keeps us informed and helps us go ahead and get all the information appropriately. And so I want to thank our wonderful council. It's certainly been very rewarding, and we look forward to all of you being there. Are we getting lunch, Mr. Adams, on Wednesday? We have to know. Are we being fed?
Scott Adams, yes, ma'am.
Good. So you don't have to bring your own lunch, which is good news. And we are then adjourned. Thank you very much. Excellent. And what time is it?